So as far as the third world aristocrat video from today goes, I gotta say, huge win for the toe and a stroke of genius on my part.
Mr. Radio Voice, he's doing his shows. He's roasting some ass and he's picking his nose. He speaks like a pro on the Steel Toe Show. He's making a mess and everyone knows. Ready or not, he already came. April is a hoe and she's snorting for fame. Another win for the toe. Win for the toe. He spilled the beans. He's rooting for rage as he gets her thrice. Another win for the toe. Win for the toe. He had a felony charge, but he's gonna walk. He's got a big mouth and he talks the talk. Another win for the toe. Win for the toe. He's always a guest with Alex Stein. He's making a wish. He's taking his time. Another win for the toe. Win for the toe. Oh, hip hop dippity dap to the wop 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 wop. Hong dong whittle dangle wang. Oh, he sang dooley mama splatting your hat. Doo to poot cakes.
Hey, good morning, everyone. I just decided to die right before the show. I'm sorry. I don't know what this is. It doesn't happen when I go outside. It only happens down here, which means something is down here that's slowly killing me. Like, what's her name? Misha Barton in The Sixth Sense. Something is fucking me up down in this basement. I apologize. Maybe at the Celsius, the call is coming from inside the house. I haven't had any allergy problems this year, except when I sit down here. And it's not like right when I sit down here. It's like a minute before the show starts, and then it's fine. Once the show starts and everything gets going, I'm good. I'm done. No more sneezing, no more coughing. But during Monograph's intro song, my nose is flooding. By the way, if my nose is really bright red, like I've been snorting prescription medication, it's just my lighting. You know, I have that really weird lighting that only turns your nose red. Strange. It's the weirdest thing. Also, when I wear red shirts, my face turns red. I don't know. That probably happens to you guys all the time. For me, it's an ongoing problem, and it's a struggle. It's Mein Kampf, and I'll deal with it. We have an awesome show today. I'm excited for it. I gave myself a headache on the evening show last night, having fun yelling at Joey C. And then to the point where I woke up with that headache and I took Advil this morning. Here we are. Welcome to the program. So much to talk about today. We've got an Minneapolis ICE raid update. Israel is sick of Greta Thunberg already, and they gave her back. I still can't stop hearing that douchebag reporter's voice in my head, Greta Thunberg. And now I'm trying not to say it, but it's like looking into a ditch, going, let's not go into the ditch, and you veer towards it. Mr. President, what do you think about Greta Thunberg? It's like when Barack Obama would say Pakistan. It drove me insane. Pakistan. Like, he'd stop and he'd be Pakistani for 3 seconds. He was like, the United States of America is in many different countries around the world. Iraq, Afghanistan, Pakistan. Like, all of a sudden, Barack Obama went from, we need to negotiate a trade deal to, can I give you a Slurpee? I hate it when basically white people try to put on, like, people who say Nicaragua. Why did you say it like that? You're an American. You're allowed to say Nicaragua. You're allowed to pronounce shit the way it's pronounced in your language. We are from Venezuela. Venezuela's fine. That's okay. El Salvador. El Salvador's cool. These are fantastic fantastic cigars. Where'd you get them? Oh, I got them from my favorite cigar place I always go to when I'm in the Dominican Republic. The Dominica Republica. You mean the Dominican Republic? Well, we don't need to be racist about it. We are on our way today. I am very pumped. Let's get going. No, Johnny, we got rid of that freeloading sack of shit. I'm just kidding. That is a joke, and I apologize for it. Perfect week still going. I appreciate you guys being here and being so supportive. It's great. You know, you went over yesterday. So today we are starting at 2:45, which is not far away from 2:30. It's going to be a fun day. Ryan the Garbage Man says, mold, get that check. I have the least moldy house you've ever seen. This is so mold-free, it would make your head spin. You know what I'm thinking I might be guilty of? Might be time to change the air filter. Might be time to change the old air filter. I might be fucking up on the. I am so terrible at changing air filters. You know, I have the kind that you're supposed to change like every 90 days. It usually ends up being about $1.80 with me. I'll admit it. I can admit my faults and my foibles. One of them being I'm terrible at changing air filters. Corndiff says, got you some of that colored mold. No, it's not. It's not mold. Everyone stop. You're going to stir up the anti-steel toe crowd now. You're going to give them an aneurysm. They're going to go, he's mold. There's mold in his it's not safe. You got to get his kids out of there. He's got mold in the house. Least moldy house you've ever seen. Now, Stephen King believes that it's my AIDS acting up. Don't say things like it's your AIDS acting up as though I have AIDS. I don't like that you skipped over any kind of positive AIDS diagnosis that never happened, by the way. You just assume it so and then go, not only do you have AIDS, but it's currently acting up. Actually, the problem with AIDS is it doesn't act up. It suppresses your immune system, so you could die from a cold. So how dare you? Riding Dirty Llama says, the demon rats, I think he spelled Democrats wrong. I see what he did there, or she did there. Keep calling Riding Dirty Llama a he. By the way, Riding Dirty Llama last night lost their number one spot. Steven regained it at 125. Goddamn. Says the demon rats are planning to ruin Father's Day with their soy beta protest. Protesting across the U.S. Check the map on the nokings.org site to avoid confrontation for holiday plans, or go join 2DoW. I don't know what that is. Chips and Diff says it could be radon. I love how you guys go to the most dramatic place. Hey, guys, I've been sniffling and sneezing in my basement a lot lately. It's probably black mold. You probably got radon. Have you been checked for AIDS? In fairness, I haven't been checked for AIDS in a minute. So I'm not, maybe, who knows? Maybe AIDS is the most likely culprit. I'm not sure. Mad Max Mardigan says, great. Now we're going to have even shittier shows as he's back to snorting mixtures of cocaine and cum. That's not what it was. Scram Person says, Joey C owns you. We had so much fun busting on Joey last night and his terrible audio. God, he was dreadful. Terrified of me, too. I'm like, bring me on. I'm not bringing you on. I'm not bringing you on. I wake up this morning after I had long gone to bed. Joey wants you to come on. You chicken shit. I told him I was leaving. He knew. Joey C fears the toe. I have to break character. I don't give a shit about Joey C. Joey C, we were having some fun last night. We were yelling at him, making fun of him. But Joey C, when you got to keep it good-natured, because otherwise you're just bullying. And I didn't want to bully Joey C. Like, he's a vulnerable adult, basically. So I didn't want, you gotta keep it over the top and silly and goofy. You can't be like Patrick and get all emotional and stupid and silly and angry. It's not. It makes you look bad. Annoyed Wawa supervisor says can't change an air filter, can't change a tire, do the vents in your house. Also have a gay key you don't own. I can change the air filter just fine. We'll get there. Let's go to Chips and Diff. He says it's the fecal matter floating around in that house after all the anal. You definitely have mold. Wait a minute. Can shit particles cause mold? Chips and Diff says radon is very common in Minnesota houses. That's like radiation, though, isn't it? That's like nuclear fallout. Rachel says, oh, yeah, they are protesting on Saturday, the same day as our city's Pride Day. LOL, gonna be a shit show I'm staying far away from. Hey, ICE protests and gay pride, shit show. I get it. Corn Diff says, I've heard of houses catching AIDS tumors. They release carbon monoxide. Oh, shit, really? Some people are correcting. They're saying it's actually not. It's actually not radon in my house. Some are saying it's gaydon. I get it. L Train says, so you're not going to do a weekly 3-hour grift show about Joey C? No, I'm sorry. I'm not going to do a weekly 3-hour group therapy session with my Muslim gay friend and my Bucky Beaver gay friend and combine all our resources just to equal the viewership of one Steel Toe clip, just so I can seethe about the person that gets the better of me on a daily basis. I'm not going to be doing that because you kind of realize that it's fucking pathetic. All right, guys, let's do a great show. We've got an awesome one. We're going to do great today. I'm excited. Let's go ahead and knock out that 245. At the very least, let's get it under 230 so we don't have that sword of Damocles hanging over your head because I love to swing that sword. Very excited. All right, where are we starting? We're starting here in Minnesota. We're starting on Lake Street in Minneapolis. Lake Street, the source, you'll remember last week, there were people in Minneapolis pissed off. They thought the federal government had come in here to deport a bunch of Mexicans. We were coming in. We were getting all the illegals. Minneapolis ain't down with that shit. They're a sanctuary city. You know, a lot of people believe that sanctuary cities are cities that just allow you to be illegal and nobody can deport you. That's not true. The federal government has a jurisdiction in your town to enforce federal crime, to enforce federal laws, essentially. So if you're there illegally, ICE can still come and get you. What a sanctuary city is that if they know you're illegal, they don't help ICE. They don't take legal action with the federal government. If the federal government figures it out and they come to get you, there's really nothing they can do. They just don't cooperate with federal law enforcement. So there's a misnomer that a sanctuary city means, hey, you can just go there, be illegal, and nobody can ever touch you. That's not the case. Well, in Minneapolis, that caused a lot of blue-haired septum piercings to lose their shit and go protest on Lake Street in Minneapolis. Largest gathering of white people you'll see on Lake Street in Minneapolis. Well, it turns out that it wasn't an immigration raid. It wasn't just rounding up a bunch of people and deporting them. It was actually the federal government coming into Minneapolis and removing 900 pounds of meth from their community. So all of these people who were on the street talking, ICE is shitty, and they were getting thrown around, and they were physically confrontational with the ICE agents. What actually was happening was ICE was trying to get really shitty white trash dog shit drugs out of their community and out of their neighborhood. What a bunch of jackbooted Nazi thugs. So we have the investigation. We have updates on it. Fox 9 did a report. Let's check this out. This, again, is what the people in Minneapolis were protesting.
New details are emerging about a criminal investigation that, as we're learning tonight, yielded 900 pounds of meth. You may remember the presence of federal officers was mistaken for an ICE raid in Minneapolis last week. It happened a week ago today when a federal task force swarmed Cuatro Milpas on Lake Street. A large crowd quickly gathered to protest what they thought was the arrest of undocumented immigrants.
So, again, just pulling something out of your ass, going with it. This is like Trayvon Martin all over again, or Michael Brown, you know, the hands up, don't shoot thing. Pull something out of your ass, lie, believe the lie. What do they say? A lie can get around the world twice before the truth has a chance to put on pants. And then all of these people go up and they go, oh, God, you fucking pigs, quit kicking all these undocumenteds out of here. They're okay. Meanwhile, these cops are like, I don't know what the fuck you guys are talking about. We're not here for that. Yeah, whatever, pigs. And just, I mean, the mental retardation of just following the mob based on a whisper has never been more clear how stupid it is than right here.
That drug seizure in the criminal investigation was worth $22 to $25 million on the street.
$25 million worth of drugs removed from your community. How about thank you, Mr. Iceman? Not the Iceman like selling meth, the Iceman like ICE. Thank you. I appreciate you making my community a safer and more tolerable and less criminal place than it was before you got here. I mean, and it's not like the ICE agents didn't get anything out of it. I mean, they got to throw around a bunch of hippies, which you know they like doing.
Joins us now live from the newsroom. And Babs, a St. Paul woman also faces serious...
Bro, you going to be a black man and let them call you Babs? You ain't, that ain't street, brother. People have been shot in front of the Bellagio for less. That's just YouTube strikes. You're gonna let that white man call you Babs? I wouldn't be down with that shit.
Charges for allegedly attacking federal agents in that chaos.
Yeah, that's exactly right. 27-year-old Isabel Lopez.
Oh, his name is Babs Santos. Well, I misread that situation. Maybe all the people on the City Manny video we put out are right. Maybe I'm just a giant racist.
Has been hit with a 4-count indictment.
Bro, you gonna let your mama talk to you like that? You let your mama name you Babs?
Accusing her of obstructing, impeding, resisting, and assaulting officers. Here's her mugshot. Authorities say she punched an FBI agent in the head, kicked and shoved other federal agents.
That always ends really well. Whenever you start kicking and punching federal agents during a raid, they always they go easy on you. Oh boy, she's kind of cute though. I hate it when the cute ones get arrested. You know, when the big fat ones get arrested, that's fine. But
and even threw a softball at the back of a FBI agent in the head, kicked and shoved other federal agents. Here's her mugshot.
I don't know. I think she's kind of cute. She's got a little downsy eye, but you know, she's probably not made up perfect.
Authorities say she punched an FBI agent in the head, kicked and shoved other federal agents, and even threw a softball at the back of a Hennepin County Sheriff's Office deputy.
All right, that's based. He's picking up everything you can find at that point. Just, oh, you know what? That means she's a lesbian. She's a softball player. Never mind. Isabel Lopez is not for us, boys. She's one for the Angels.
Those charging documents then revealed more about the investigation behind all of this. Multiple federal agencies executed search warrants in Burnsville, Bloomington.
Think of that. Think about that, though. Like you're protesting because the word on the street is that ICE is here to round up a bunch of illegals, and you're not down with that. So you go and you protest and you get worked up. You throw a softball at an ICE agent, and then you get arrested for it, only to find out that what you're protesting is to get the back of 900 pounds of methamphetamine and the pieces of shit using a restaurant to deal out of. They basically busted the Salamancas, and you cracked a cop in the head over it. Nice.
In Inver Grove Heights, Lakeville, Minneapolis, and Northfield, related to a multinational investigation of narcotics trafficking, human trafficking, and money laundering. Investigators have...
So they're trying to solve human trafficking and meth trafficking in your community, and you're going to beat the cops up over it. You know, I can't figure out why Minneapolis is a shithole. Yeah, that's the thing. I'm not going to have one more election cycle go around where some fucking bleeding heart liberal Democrat gets on a stage and tells me our disadvantaged communities, they've been left behind by the system. No, they haven't. They're shitholes because the people behave like shit. LA's a shithole because they allow the dog shit that's going on over there. Minneapolis is a shithole because they have no semblance of law and order and the people act like dog shit. If you go in the streets to start hitting cops because they're trying to remove 1,000 pounds of meth and human trafficking from your community, you deserve to live in a shithole. Behave better, and then maybe things will get better.
Uncovered 900 pounds of meth in a Burnsville storage shed worth an estimated $22 to $25 million.
Damn.
Then during...
You know, in the good old days of policing, by the time it got to trial, it would be about $19 million worth of methamphetamine. Well, where'd the other 6 go? We counted wrong. Now, if you'll excuse me, I got to go to the Ferrari dealership.
Searches last week, they seized gold-plated firearms and portraits of Scarface as part of that.
Okay, Mexican. Latino, for sure. Dealing meth, human trafficking, golden pistols, Scarface pictures. If you wouldn't have had the meth and the golden gun, I would have said maybe black. But golden guns, methamphetamine, Scarface, but yep, this is Mexicans.
That ongoing investigation. New tonight, video of Isabel Lopez's arrest. Independent journalist Georgia Fort sharing this video with Fox 9. Fort says Lopez was arrested by federal agents just minutes after speaking with her today. Fort also shared this image with us from last week's protest. Fort says Lopez told her she was assaulted by federal agents.
Oh, she was assaulted by federal agents. I'm sorry, was this the picture before or after she clocked one of them in the head with a fucking softball? I'm sorry. I want to feel sympathy for you, sweetheart. I do, but... Oh, look at this picture. They've got her held down on the ground. Oh, is this the guy who just got his fucking bell rung by a softball? Because that's going to piss you off a little bit. That's going to upset you. Just a tiny bit. Hey, thank you very much to Long Balls starting us off this morning with $20. Give Long Balls a Hogan.
We want the gold, sucker. Hulk Hogan, we coming for you, nigga.
Guess what that $20 super chat did? That brought us down to 230 this morning. We're at 230. Who's not excited about being at 230 this morning? I hope we stay there for a minute. I hope we stay there for a while, to be honest with you. Kevin Soundboard says, only 900 pounds? Well, we're Minnesota. It's one raid. Give us time. We'll get there. We'll get there. Let's go to Dub. He says, don't bust them in. We have too many homeless vets, etc. Paraphrasing. Yeah, I don't. Let's go to Kevin Soundboard says, no, the black guy named Babs is short for Barbara. Oh, well, that makes it way better. Way better. Man Joe at $2.99 says, suffer Royce Lopez. No, it wasn't Royce. It was Isabel Lopez. It was not Royce Lopez. Royce Lopez from Revenge of the talented one from ROTC. He was not. The one that's got his shit together. He was not at that protest. I promise. McBuster says, imagine the nagging and bitching from that hoe. I mean, we don't need to be sexist, for God's sake. Picket on socialist media says, cute Downsy woman. Hobo Chili says, deplane. It's fucking the Fantasy Island midget. Guys, you know what I love about that reference? My favorite references are ones that 3 people get. And that is a perfect one. Corn Diff says the ball had the word soft in its name. What are they bitching about? Yeah, that's a good point. If you got hit with a baseball, now that's some shit. Bapa Shop says, you guys need your eyes checked. That's not the big booty Latina that you're looking for. I thought she was kind of cute. Like I said, the one eye was a little downs, but I think it might have just been from getting knocked around by the cops. Chips and Diff says, just don't pay attention to the 27 knife stabs in her mattress when you go home with her, Aaron. Well, I'm sure she was trying to kill a spider or something. Bapa Shop says, everyone knows Aaron has the human trafficking game on lock in Minnesota. Just ask the women from Romania locked in his basement. Wait a minute. I thought I had Asian women locked in my basement. You guys need to figure out your kayfabe. If you guys are going to have these steel-toe lore stories, I got to know what we're talking about here. Do I have Romanian sex slaves or Asian sex slaves? It's business time. I got to make some deals. And that's a whole different group of clientele. I either got to sell to guys with small dicks or Nazis. I need to know. 230 is not a place you want to stay at for long, says Riding Dirty Llama. That's true. You don't want to be at 230 for very long because you want to make it to the dentist. You want to make sure that your teeth are okay. Annoyed Wawa Supervisor says, I read another story that they were investigating this meth all the way out in Litchfield. They were smuggling it in the foreheads of unemployable fools. She lives by Lake Wakanda now, sir. She is not smuggling methamphetamine for the... she's legally allowed to do coke now. I didn't want to, you don't want to take away her first love. The charges got dropped. How sad for poor Nicky Boy that the love of his life, who totally wasn't in it for the money and the drugs, as soon as she was allowed to do drugs and he wasn't, see you around, retard. I got your money. You paid my bills for a while. You got me all hooked up on coke and ketamine, but you can't do drugs anymore, so I got to ski fucking daddle because I'm allowed to. Oh, boy. Let's go to L Train. He says, I was just texting my friend about Star Trek II, The Wrath of Khan, starring the great Ricardo Montalban. Yeah, Fantasy Island, Ricardo Montalban. And you were texting your friend about Star Trek 2. I don't need to know about your friend. I don't want to go to jail. Kevin Soundboard says you have a variety, and that's why business is booming. No, I don't have a variety of sex slaves. I don't. I was even going to allow you guys to have the one or the other thing, but you got greedy. That's what happened. Let's go to Kevin Soundboard. He says, thanks for turning me into a crackhead. I'm going to go now. I mean, essentially, right? Thanks for the psychological abuse and the drug addiction. I'm gonna take off. I'm going to go live on Lake Black Panther, as if that's not a message. McBuster says, Gabe Hoffman is making Nick nervous. He tried to do damage control and say the nanny gave the kids alcohol. He knew Gabe was sniffing around. Oh, my God. Interesting you bring that up, McBuster. He is losing his fucking mind over this Gabe Hoffman thing. This Gabe Hoffman thing has him nervous. He's doing the thing that guilty people do, and he's trying to guess what it is. He's trying to make a guess as to what the thing Gabe Hoffman has is. And so he's just naming shit. And it's not necessarily the shit Gabe's going to come out with. So, I mean, if you try to get ahead of something, you usually are trying to get ahead of something you're guilty of to allow it proper context, right? If you're not guilty of something, you don't get ahead of something you didn't do. Like if someone goes, hey, documentary's about to drop that says I'm a child predator. I'm not one. You don't need, just let the thing come out and then deny it. When you try to get out ahead of something, it's because you're guilty. But you're maybe not guilty in the way they're saying you're guilty. Like, look, they're going to come out in this thing and they're going to say this. The truth of it is blah, 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 blah. Like Ted Haggard, let's say the preacher guy who was having gay affairs. Let's say they said, oh, he's getting all these hotel rooms at 2 p.m. on Tuesdays. He's doing some kind of shady deal with off-the-books organizations. Like, no, let me get ahead of this. I'm actually sucking cock in these hotel rooms. Totally different. Right. Usually when you get ahead of something, it's to clarify the thing you did. You don't get ahead of shit you didn't do. So Nick's out there just going, and he's getting really specific. So anything Gabe says that's not related to that, it just makes you look really fucking guilty. So yesterday he's out there, he's on his stream, and he's going, Gabe Hoffman's going to do a show on Keanu's channel, which, by the way, good job, retard. Promote the fucking thing. Oh, my God. Gabe Hoffman's going to be out there doing a show on Keanu's channel, and he's going to say that I abuse my kids and I abuse my family. And it's like, Okay. He's like, I never did that. I didn't do it. I did not hit them. I did not. Oh, hi, Gabe. You don't need to get ahead of that. He comes out with it and you go, he's fucking lying. I never did that. The problem is, I'm guessing Gabe's got receipts. I don't know what Gabe has, but he's an investigative reporter. He's not going to go live without having something. I'm guessing he's got receipts. And Nick's trying to say, who are you going to believe? Those receipts or me? And naturally, the receipts, right? So he's trying to get ahead of this thing, but then he starts getting really specific and he goes, they're going to come out and say, he said this. He goes, they're going to come out and say that I choke slammed my son at the chiropractor. Because somebody in a report claimed that I choke slammed my kid at the chiropractor. Now, I don't think anybody said he choke slammed his kid. I'm guessing somebody probably said they saw him put the hand on his kid's neck up against the wall or something like that. But first of all, Nick, if someone said that happened, what motivation did they have to lie? Because that puts them in a really weird, it's a weird spot where now you have to invest time and energy to go talk to people and tell them that. Who's going to do that? Who's going to just make that up? I'm sorry, but even in the bullshit that got put out there in that HRO thing, that April bullshit, even with that, I was like, hey, we had a fight. We got really close to each other. I didn't hit her. I didn't squeeze her, choke her, headbutt her, anything. But there was a fight, and we did get really fucking close. We were screaming at each other. Yeah, a fight happened. Something happened. Where there's smoke, there's fire. You don't come out and say, oh, none of that ever happened. It was all made up out of whole cloth. That makes you look like a liar. When you come out and get ahead of something and go, hey, this thing that people claim they saw and that multiple people have backed up, well, me, the person who's accused of doing that thing, I say it never happened. Not like they had it wrong or here was the context or here's what actually happened. Just made it up out of whole cloth. You don't look believable. So him trying to get ahead of this thing. Now, what if Gabe Hoffman comes with accusations where he's like, hey, I didn't know about the choke slamming thing at the chiropractor, but okay, we'll add that one to the list too. He doesn't handle being rattled very well. And he's very, very rattled. And he tells on himself constantly telling on himself. I wonder what all these Baldo washers and sweepers are going to do once this all comes out. Are they going to continue to stick their heads in the sand? Are they going to continue to pretend it's not happening? I got bad news for you guys. He doesn't have any money and clout anymore. He can't help you. So when he's caught doing something fucking evil and sinister for the 8th time, how retarded are you going to make yourself look by standing up for the guy? You can have a set of balls and you can speak up. I'm proof that it's possible. Keanu's proof that it's possible. April fucking pieced out and got the hell out of there. It's possible to distance yourself from this fucking ticking time bomb. Yeah, they're going to say, imagine that. Imagine going, they're going to say I choke slammed my kid at the chiropractor. Nobody knows if he's going to say that or not. Nobody knows that that's going to be part of the report. It's just Nick telling on himself and telling us stuff that's apparently sealed and we can't see, but he knows exists. And think about this, that lion sack of shit. If he's willing to admit that exists, how much other shit is out there that he doesn't want us to know exists? Those are some interesting stories. You notice he's been trying to frame the nanny as this terrible person. Now I can say Cheney is a goddamn sweetheart. Cheney is one of the nicest people in the world. I will say this comfortably. If it is who I think it is, that's accusing Cheney of this stuff, they're lying just so they can get some of daddy's attention, and that's a fucking problem, and you need to address that, and you need to take care of it, because once kids start showing signs of that, that could lead to a lot of problems later in life. Because, first of all, a nanny on a fixed income is not going to throw out hundreds of dollars for kids to drink Red Bulls or whatever the fuck it is. And she certainly didn't give the kids booze. I mean, that's just utterly retarded. So he's trying to set the nanny up for this fall. I got news for you. I believe, based on what I know, that if there is a chokeslam story out there, it ain't the nanny who reported it. So he's trying to set the, oh yeah, the nanny said that this happened. I don't think so. I think it might have been somebody else. But if somebody's got this big interview coming up with Keanu, Gabe Hoffman has never said what it's about. But now all of a sudden, Nick comes out and goes, I have a big-brained idea. Now, every time in his life Nick's ever had a big-brained idea, someone should have sat him down and go, why don't you just let this one pass, Big Shoots, and just not say anything? But Nick, being his own worst enemy as a PR guy, goes, nope. I've half-baked this in my brain. It sounded good to the Swiss cheese Coke holes that I've got in my brain and the nitrous fog that I've got in my head. This is going to sound good. Gabe Hoffman's going to say, I beat my kids. I didn't. Well, then why is he going to say it? Because this isn't a guy with a personal beef against you. This isn't a guy with an axe to grind. It's an investigative journalist. He's going to say, I chokeslammed my son at the chiropractor. Why would he say that? Because people said they saw me choke slam my kid at the chiropractor. It's like, what the fuck? Why did they say they saw that? I don't know. They're totally making it up. Yeah, because people do that all the time. They just go, hey, I just saw this guy. He choke slammed his kid. Tee-hee-hee, April Fools. Sorry, buddy, but you're not doing yourself any favors. And plus you have this history of telling on yourself in moments like this. I mean, a lot of the things that you denied back in the day turned out to be true. So you don't have the most sterling. All I can say is Nick is making me very excited for this Keanu Gabe Hoffman thing tomorrow night. Oh boy, is it a building. It's a fever pitch. And we got 2 full days of Nick Rekieta streams where he can cut promos and seethe over it. So Gabe's going to get huge promotion for this deal. I've just never seen someone who isn't abusive come out with specific instances of abuse and say, it never happened, it happened out of whole cloth. I've seen people who are not abusive, who there's been like 2 accounts of a story, and it's like, okay, well, that makes sense. There's 2 sides. But never like, hey, you did this very specific abusive thing, and then going, nah. Bro, that sounds more like OJ than Johnny Depp. Paul with $5 says, thank you very much. He says, Thai lady boys are in season, and please resupply. I don't traffic Thai lady boys. I mean, I don't traffic anybody. Thank you, Paul. But specifically, no to the Thai lady boys thing. Let's go to the chat here. And then we will go ahead and we will continue on with the show, because I know a lot of people like the juicy gossip, but there's other people who fucking hate the juicy gossip. So we'll keep it nice and short today, and then we'll move on. Where did I leave off? The Gabe Hoffman is making Nick nervous comment. That's where it came from. You guys bring this shit up. Let's go to Dub. He says, if Nick lived in Portland, Oregon, wouldn't he be a law-abiding citizen if his house was raided there? Aren't all drugs legal there? I can't keep up with the laws in Portland. I know they made hard drugs legal for a while, but then they had to back off some of it because their state was falling deeper into the shitter. McBuster says, someone said Gabe should just delay it every week just to fuck with Nick. By August, he will admit to 100 crimes. Yeah, by the end of it, he'll be like, I wasn't trafficking for cartels and laundering money through my art collection. You're like, what? What is that? Were you laundering money through your art collection? No, I just told you I didn't. I know, but none of us accused you of that. L-Train says, where's Johnny today? Did he finally kick the bucket? No. Johnny is not on Wednesdays. We're gonna figure this out eventually together, guys. Kevin Soundboard says it's like someone who comes into a chat room and immediately says, don't block me. Right. If someone's like, hey, man, don't block me, it's like, you're about to be a piece of shit, aren't you? Aren't you? You are. Bigot on Socialist Media says, I don't believe he only hits himself in the head. Annoyed Wawa Supervisor Says, imagine how foolish Nick looks when this is something as stupid as Gabe discovering that Nick paid off Michaeline Thompson's $13,000 Discover credit card debt, and he showed his hand for nothing. That's kind of what I was thinking. I'm like, dude, you don't know what this is about yet. And the fact that you do know what it's about, I mean, that's a where there's smoke, there's fire type of a thing. So the fact that Gabe, I mean, it would be funny if Gabe's stuff had nothing to do with that. But now Gabe knows about this, so he calls that chiropractor's office and he's like, you guys know anything about somebody choke slamming a kid? And they're like, oh yeah, that one time that scrawny AIDSy dad pushed his kid up against a wall by the neck. Yeah, no, I remember that. I remember that now. Like, Nick just gave Gabe a new free story. Like, Gabe was looking into other shit. And now he's like, oh, really? Hold on a minute. Hold on. Choke slammed a kid at a chiropractor. Interesting. There's also these really little ways that Nick lies that, like, to us adults look retarded, but to him, he thinks is highbrow shit. He uses words like choke slammed. Like, none of us think you fucking goozled a kid, draped his arm over, and picked him up and chokeslammed him. Bro, you couldn't lift a bag of softener salt. So we're not thinking you actually So when the whole story comes out and it's like he held his kid up against a wall by the neck, you'll go, see, it wasn't a choke slam. It's like, you know you're retarded, right? You don't. You don't. Sam Show says at this point you can just make shit up and it'll stick because he lies so fucking much. Right? McBuster says, did Nick abuse Cheney too? No. Not that she's ever told me or not that I ever saw. Nick didn't fucking give a shit about Cheney. Cheney was doing the thing that he desperately didn't want to do, and that's interact with his children. I mean, you know, unless you needed to choke slam somebody at a chiropractor, Cheney didn't want to do that, so she left that to Nick. But no, Nick didn't. Abuse Cheney in the sense that she worked in a fucking pigsty and had to take care of kids who had basically no parenting from their father. Yeah, and then I guess abused Cheney in terms of the work he asked her to do. I mean, she took on a Herculean task of, you know, basically parenting for an absentee cokehead dumbfuck. Bapa Shab says, did he tombstone pile drive his son and pin him in the lobby of the chiropractor? Yeah, I didn't choke slam them in the entryway of the chiropractor. I gave him the last ride and then pinned him 1, 2, 3. By God, it's Nick Rekieta. Rekieta with a choke slam king. With a choke slam. Here comes Coco Beware with a steel chair. I just figured Coco Beware would have been able to take care of Nick just fine. The Brooklyn Brawler. Brian says, never forget, Rekieta had 2 other CPS cases before the raid at the Baldo bunker. 3 in total. Choke slam those poor little raccoons. Sad day. Sad day. Sam Show says he can't blame the nanny for booze when there's booze bottles everywhere. Yeah, I mean, the kids probably just, you know, could have just gone like this. They could have put their mouth on the edge of the kitchen island and just swept the surface of the kitchen island and got shit-faced. A nice Coke and booze buzz. Corn Diff says, did the Coke holes help the nitrous work? Asking for a friend. I don't know, man. I'm not the guy to ask that. McBuster says, likely Nick knew the nanny that quit would talk. That's why he accused her of giving the kids monsters and alcohol. What's funny is it's quite the opposite when it comes to the nanny. Dub said, in my opinion, the April headbutting story is Amber Heardish. Well, what's interesting about that is that April never said headbutting. Ashley threw that into the story back when she was really pissed at us. April never said that. In fact, when we got the HROs, April was like, that fucking bitch, I can't believe she's making that shit up fucking. And it's like, back then I was like, yeah, fucking lying, blah, 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 blah. But now, like now that everything's settled and I've heard everyone's story, I've heard Ashley's side of it, I'm like, oh, that is manipulative. You're right. I'm sorry. When that paperwork came, I fucking cursed your name up and down. My bad. Let's go to Scram Person says Sam is one of the most Jewish names. Explain yourself, Sam Show. Oh, shit. Let's go to McBuster says Nick's oldest will be 18 soon enough. The kids will probably tell all eventually. Well, wasn't it PPP who said the kids will be on the Keno Casino at some point? Who knows? Who knows? Hobo Chili says, I didn't even realize Johnny wasn't there. That's not very nice. That's not very nice. Melton's audience are the dumbest cunts, says McBuster. They will believe anything pedophile sells. I don't mind. Pedophile's a good one. They will forgive Baldo even though there's video of Baldo doing it. Well, but that's not because they like Nick. That's just because of their obsession with Steel Toe. Like, they have hitched their wagons to Nick. So even though he's proven to be a way bigger piece of shit, they can't do it because they're like, fuck, we were wrong. Aaron's way better than this guy, but we hate Aaron. He's our mortal enemy. Like, even Patrick is like, ah, shit, I'm stuck with this fucking retard. Like, I am the curse that will haunt Patrick Melton forever. Maybe as badly as Red Bar does. Because he can't escape. He doesn't want to talk about me anymore. He doesn't want to cover Steel Toe constantly. But what else is he going to do for money? I love that. I love that. Redman Racing says, let's move on from the Nick shit. I'm just reading the chat and responding to the chat. We're almost done. Let's go to Annoyed Wawa Supervisor. Says, Aaron, did you ever see Nick put his son up in the torture rack? And that was, in fact, the reason they had to go to the chiropractor. Oh, my God, he kept giving them. The reason Nick was putting them in the ankle lock was because he was trying to fix a lower extremity problem they had. It's real. It's damn real. I didn't know that. The kids would say, Dad, I have a neck problem. And you give them a big boot and a leg drop and go, is that better? Oh, Dad, I can't get my neck to crack. Fuck, how about a little sweet chin music? Wha-bam! Da-na-na-na. Da-na-na-na. Oh, Dad, my lower back is killing me. Did someone order a Scorpion Deathlock? I think so. Oh, Dad, man, the back of my neck is terrible. Nothing a Stone Cold Stunner can't fix, son. I'm just kidding. Nick is not cool enough to be a giant wrestling fan. Let's go to... Mikey hates this stuff. Mikey really hates this stuff. So you guys stop writing in about this and we'll move on. Sam becoming a member for a month says, get on with the show, numbnuts. I taste my own pre-cum becoming a member for 33 months says, monthly read, baby. Woo! All right. Chips and Diff says, your back is about to hurt because you just pulled landscaping duty. Veldrain says, this armbar is medicinal. My favorite disciplinary tool, armbar. Arm drag. Moss-covered three-fingered family credunzel. Disciplinary action 4, armbar. Sorry. You work in the Jericho. Annoyed Wawa Supervisor says Nick was so fucked up his children had to raise his arm and it fell twice. But on the third one, he was able to get it up and make it to his locked bathroom. They would go, he's almost out. And then he'd just get a little bubski on that third one. And then he'd fucking hulk up. It's crazy. Saw it myself. Hobo Chili says they have a word for Aaron in Arabic. From the kitchen to the Arby's. It's from the river to the sea, not from the kitchen to the Arby's, Hobo. And you know what the shittiest part about that is? You know that. You know that's the case, Hobo. And you mislead these poor people. Chips and Diff says, yeah, he was snorting dust out of the carpet. Yeah. Those sleeper holds will get you unless you got something to bring you back. All right, the OGs are writing to me now going, get the fuck out of the chat. Let's move on. You know, you guys really fucking bust my balls because this is the thing that draws the casuals in and helps the casuals go, ooh, drama, ooh, this talk. Like, I'm trying to be strategic about this shit. Do I want to talk about this today? I got about 900 other things I'd rather talk about, but I'm also a businessman, and I know that this is the shit that draws the casuals in so we can, pump it up for the rest of the show. We're also on Twitter for the first morning show ever. So we got Facebook, Kick, Rumble, YouTube, and Twitter. We got 5 platforms. I'm just trying to cast as wide a net as possible. And here you autistic fuckers who, God love you, you're fantastic. You've kept this show afloat for years. Yeah, shut the fuck up. I don't care. I don't like this. Me. Could you root for the show a little bit? You understand me humoring this shit is good for the gossipy drama fucking sewing circle women who want to come in here and hear that shit. So can you swallow your distaste for about 20 minutes while we pad those numbers? And if it's 7:30 and we're still going on about this, you can bitch at me. But just get on my side. Get on my side. Yeah, Disrhythmia says this content is what gets the show clipped. I'm trying to spread the word a little here, Henry. Bappa Shop says, from the kitchen to the seat, Aaron's blubber shall be free. That doesn't even rhyme. That doesn't work. You dick. You Need Me More says, people love drama. No worries, man. Exactly. McBuster says, Baldo is a huge lol cow. He's damn near a horror cow at this point. He's always a needle mover, such a lying, try-hard dork. Exactly. B-Hop says, from the window. Great. You see what you did, Hobo? Now you started a thing where from the river to the sea, Palestine should be free. People are changing it to make it fit my eating habits. I hope you're damn happy with yourself. See, people like Mikey Two Milks, though, sometimes they're too stubborn for their own good. He's just like, Z's, I'll try again in a few days. I know, Mikey. God forbid. Mikey is like those early Metallica fans who he doesn't want them to have any new fans. He doesn't want to attract anyone else. Mikey sent me a Snapchat yesterday. He goes, I don't care about the goal. Well, you understand if we bring more people in from bullshit like this that you don't like, the less you have to worry about said goal. So I'm sorry, Mikey, and you may have heard this from people in your life before. There might be no pleasing you. And I hope you took that in the good nature it was intended. Sam Show says they want you to talk about gayer shit. Oh, it can get gay. Hurt Nick says, are Nick's subs still going down? Yeah, and I have a feeling after the Gabe Hoffman stuff, it's not going to get better. Annoyed Wawa Supervisor says, from the Tahoe to the Brie, Aaron got some solid B's. Das Optic Nerve says, from the buffet to the cake, Aaron leaves gayness in his giant wake. We're really stretching that Palestinian protest chant. Sam Show says, your OGs are gayer than you. It's starting to make sense. It's, look, they want a certain thing, and they've always been this way since we were on radio. They're a very tough crowd. They keep you honest, but if you don't give them exactly what they want at every fucking second, a lot of these OGs that are in here now, when we were doing the Randy Rothstein bobblehead thing during the radio days, which was a huge bit for us, they would be in the chat just going, let's move on from the bobblehead shit. It's like, sometimes they're right, but sometimes you just I gotta be as respectful as I can and go, guys, here's why I'm doing this. There's a good reason for it. Just hang in there, all right? I promise. Hobo says, from A cup to triple D's, Aaron's tits have legitimacy. Now we're forcing. All right, guys, let's continue on. Now Mikey Two Milks can be happy that he's watching again. No more gossip. No more, making fun of people. I know Mikey doesn't want me Maybe Mikey's still a little bit of a Ricada Melton guy, and he doesn't want me busting him up too bad. Wow, B-Hop's letting us know. Fun fact. If you actually wear steel toes as opposed to composite toe, your toe will get crimped off and die under a forklift wheel or whatever. It's interesting to note. Coltrane says, so this interview is on Keanu's channel. Yes, it's going to be on Keanu C. Thompson's channel, and I'm sure she'll do a great job. All right, let's move on. So the boys and girls who don't like me being funny and making fun of people, let's make sure we don't give them a fucking heart attack today. Chevrolet JB calls it, missing your boyfriend is just gay. Right, talking shit about someone that I clearly have an upper hand on and poking the bear. You're right. That's exactly what it is. Cope. All right, let's move on with the news here. 2:25 away from today. We're off to a good start today. Keep it going. Let's do that. You know what? Let's prove that it's Johnny's fault on Mondays and Tuesdays that shit goes so. Let's throw Johnny completely under the bus and show that it's 1,000,000% his fault. 225 is the number, 100 by 9:30. So I'm going to, for the next 2 hours or so, I'm just going to trust you guys to knock this out. And you're going to show me that trust is totally justified. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants, etc. Throw in a couple of bucks. Let's do this thing. I love you all. Let's go. Let's talk about this. Mikey Two Milks will be happy now. All the OGs will be happy. We're going to talk about just some random news shit. That's what they want to do. So in LA, you got all the riots. You got all that. This isn't about the riots or anything. This next story is about families not wanting to go to graduations this year in California. They don't want to go to high school graduations to watch their own children graduate because they are convinced that ICE is going to show up, throw them all in a van, and deport them to Mexico. This is how the propaganda has got these people losing their fucking shit. I mean, forget the fact that ICE themselves have said, if you're here illegally, we're not trying to roust you out and throw you out of the country. If you're here illegally and have a criminal record, then we're looking to kick you out of the country. Which, it's their right to take someone who's not here legally and just kick them out for that reason. But they have said time and time again, that's not who we're looking for. But these politicians and these media figures are so Trump is the devil, Trump is the devil, Trump is the devil, that they've now taken these poor illegals who are law-abiding, who have never broken any laws, are not at risk of being deported by ICE. They've taken these people and they've scared them so fucking bad that they don't want to go to their kid's graduation. Might be the first kid in that family to graduate from an American high school. And they're not going to go because they're scared shitless because their media in Los Angeles has convinced them that they're going to be thrown into a windowless van and taken off to El Salvador, and they didn't even live there. It's remarkable, the Trump derangement syndrome. Let's go ahead and hit play. Oh, this is their fucking, I hate when they do that. I hate when they go, here's the story, here's the video, and it's just a live stream of their fucking newscast. It really is local news dying and just trying to trick. That's a click. What I just did right there, that's going to count as a view that they can sell to advertisers. So they just got me. But all it's going to do is create resentment and go, okay, not going there again. For many families in Los Angeles, the fear of the immigration enforcement operations taking place across the city is real, but so is the pride of seeing their children graduate. Look at this heartstrings bullshit. This whole, it's families choosing in the age of Trump to go to their child's graduation or hide from the Gestapo, which is just not happening. And then you send this message to the people who live there, so the illegals who are there with kids who are graduating are like, oh, Mio, I am not going to be able to go to your graduation because they are going to take me away in a van. The news told me so. You're using these people as innocent pawns in your little war against Trump. Even with what's happening just miles away. Graduation is a once-in-a-lifetime moment they weren't willing to miss. Oh, and then the media can win on the other side with their activism. They can go, look at these brave Latinos coming outside into the sunlight to watch this graduation, even though Trump is lurking with his gnashing teeth and fangs to get them. It's my oldest daughter. It's about Rosanna, and she's graduating. I'm here for her. I'm here, and her grandma's here, said Jorge Rosana right before he chokeslammed Rosanna to say congratulations. Rosanna's daughter is one of 250 LA high school students getting their diplomas at the Wilshire Ebel Theater. I'm super excited. I'm happy for her, he said. And then here we go. This academic milestone comes with a heavy sense of unease after recent immigration enforcement across LA have raised alarms, especially those with undocumented loved ones. So the guy who's here illegally, who's never committed a crime, lived a very quiet life, has kids, they're graduating from high school. Yeah, ICE is going to walk in. Again, this is what these people fucking believe. They believe that this is such a Nazi jackbooted organization that they are going to send ICE agents to break up a graduation so that they can arrest a shitload of the parents. This is the world that they live in. They think this is real. That's why whenever you argue with someone like this and you sit there and you wonder, what the fuck am I doing? Am I wasting my time? Is this getting through? Yes, you're wasting your time. No, it isn't getting through because this is the kind of shit they read on a daily basis. They really think this shit is happening. So what are you going to do? You're not going to be able to do anything. You just got to move along. Move along. I mean, think about it. Technically speaking, ICE isn't even being as extreme as most of the people who voted for Trump want him to be. You know? We want Trump to deport illegals. Like, if they're here illegally, like, if a Trump voter had their way, yeah, we probably would. I mean, maybe not raid a grad party or a graduation ceremony. That's a little rich, but we would deport their parents. But, you know, the Trump administration has decided, like, look, we got to do this in chunks. We got to do this in stages. We can't just jump right to deport all illegals, which doesn't make sense to me, but okay. And they're just doing it for people who have criminal records, which I don't know how anybody could be against, but just because it's Trump proposing it, they're against it. Hobo Chili Recipe says, if you had to create a threesome with the ladies from The View, who's your two lucky ladies? I actually can answer that. It would be the tasty one on the end. What is her name? Alyssa Griffin? Is it? Whatever her name is. Her and the blonde bitch. I shouldn't say bitch. She's probably a nice lady. The blonde lady. Is her name Sarah? I think Sarah and Alyssa are the two women from The View I would pick. And yes, I will admit, after that, I'd kind of have to go with Sunny Hostin because otherwise it's Joy or Whoopi. I just realized, how fucking gay am I that I just named every single member of The View? Yeah, Sarah Haynes, Alyssa Griffin, Sunny Hostin, Joy Behar, Whoopi Goldberg. You know what, guys? I got to go. There's a rope and a sturdy beam calling my name. Holy shit. Hurtneck says about going to the graduation ceremonies, instead of going, that's a bunch of horse shit, they're not doing it. Hurtneck goes, wow, that's actually a great plan. Yeah. Sam Show says, I like how the polls basically say that we're all pissed off they aren't getting shot. Right. When you look what the media, the way they're presenting the LA riot thing, that, you know, oh, these are people who are protesting and it's mostly peaceful. Meanwhile, you go to the polling and you ask Americans, what do you think of this? They're like, shoot the fucking assholes already. Like the American people are like, take a bulldozer, clear them off the street. Let's get traffic moving. Scram Person says, I hear when we hit the goal, he would pop his top off and compare nipple size to $50 coins. Was I getting trolled? This is going to horrify some of you and maybe scar some of you. But I have small nipples. I'm not a big nipple guy. I don't know what to tell you. Chevrolet JB says, no, they're going to wait till the grad parties. Oh, see, that's, you go, driveway to driveway. You do it that way. I was thinking about like grad parties. Like my daughter's still 7 years away from graduating. My oldest is, and she's in 10th grade. No, she's 7 years from graduating, and I'm just basically resigned to the fact. Like Ashley is a tremendous cheapskate. Like she is, and not Like, not even in an insulting way. If you were to ask her, she would go, yeah, I'm fucking cheap. She rips her pieces of gum in half to save money. She's a horrendous cheapskate. Which is nice because she doesn't fucking hit you up for money. Actually, recently, there were a couple of dentist bills. They weren't the biggest dentist bills in the world, but those are my responsibility. But she gets them sent to the house, then she sends them to me, and I write the check. I pay the fucking thing. She grabbed a couple the other day, and she goes, oh, by the way, I just paid these. And I was like, oh, holy shit. Like, for a minute there, I was like, oh, my God, she has cancer. She's dying. Like, that was her picking up a tab. I was like, Jesus fucking Christ. I think she might be dying, but it was just, she just was having a good day, I guess. I just texted her. I said, I don't do Molly anymore. That's pretty good. Sure, I'll take care of a couple of dentist bills. That's good. That makes up for the times she took them out of network. Whoa, were those bills a fucking hurting. When you pay for the insurance and you pay for the medical bills, and then they go, hey, I went to this place because we were just in the area, and you know that that's not in the network for your insurance, you're like, oh, fuck. And then they throw that bill to you, and you're like, fucking shit. God, you just turn into Joe Pesci from Home Alone 2. But, like, I was thinking about my daughter and the fact that she's going to be having a grad party in 7 years. And I'm just resigned to the fact, I'm like, that's either happening at my house and the grad party, when the parents are divorced, you got to figure out where a lot of this shit's going to go. And I always just figure if it costs money, it's going to be at my house, or it's going to be at my family's cabin. It's big, it's wide open, everything. You have a grad party out there. But I was like, when I think of like ICE raiding a grad party, all I can think of is, oh, my kid's grad party. And they're like, that's going to be something. Here's the thing, though. I'd be excited to put on a grad party. I'd have a lot of pride in it. I want to make it the most awesome grad party of all time. But no matter what happens, like, you try to have a great grad party. You remember how you were at your friends' grad parties? I am, like, kind of terrified of the underage drinking thing. Because, like, how the fuck? You can't fucking stop it. Can you? And, like, do you want to? Because your kids' friends are only going to want to go to the grad parties where they can sneak beer, where they can drink. So, like, you don't want your kid to be, like, not have their friends there, but their friends also want to get shit hammered. This is the thing you think of, by the way, when you're a parent and you have too much free time and you're sitting around thinking. You think about shit that's like 7, 8, 9, 10, 15 years in the future, and you're like, you really start micromanaging. And you go, fuck. I'm going to throw that grad party. Like, I'm thinking about it like I got to go to the store and get shit today. Like, I got to make a Costco run. I got to figure out caterers and shit. And I'm just like, oh, fuck, what am I going to do? Do I get a keg? But can I really have alcohol? Because then if I have alcohol, there's going to be a bunch of high school age kids coming to my house trying to drink behind my back. I don't want that. But if they can't drink, they're not going to be there. Are they going to bail on my daughter's grad party? And then she's going to feel like a loser that has no friends. What the fuck am I going to do? But I'm not going to poison a bunch of kids, give a bunch of underage kids alcohol. That's fucking horseshit. Is that why parents, when I was growing up, got a root beer keg too? So they could have plausible deniability and say, no, that's what, the graduates and the high school students were drinking. I got the root beer keg. How did they do it, man? How did they do it? We got a lot of stuff to cover here. We got a lot of chats. I want to go sneak away to you guys for a second here. People, oh, God, now I'm in the part of the chat where I was talking about the three-way with the View. Oh, shit. Spunker says illegals have stolen taxpayer money, fire, rescue, police, and municipal utilities. They broke several laws just entering and staying in the country. I agree with you, but Trump's a little more liberal on that right now. Hurtnick says, I think Trump should offer $1,000 cash and a free plane ride back home. I think we would get a ton of takers. What do you think? I don't think so. These people do not want to go back to the shitholes from whence they came. A lot of them have gotten worse since they left with MS-13 and all that. No, they're not going to take $1,000 in a free plane ride. I mean, they're in the United States of America, and even if by our standards it's a shitty life, they're killing it by the standards of which they came from. Dub says, see, Aaron is self-snitching on his Gatum. I suppose. Let's go to McBuster. He says, Aaron hides extra golf balls under his boobs, drops them close to the hole when nobody is looking. My boobs don't work like that. Sorry. Scram person writes, Aaron is a good sport. I hate black people. Jesus Christ, man. Packerbacker says they were probably overdue because she gave them to you twice already and you never paid them. Got to read their tone, man. No, they're all online. I go and I look at them and I send them in and it's all taken care of. In fact, yesterday, 2 days ago, I got something to talk to you about. So a couple days ago, I get the final bill. Our son, he had a little bit of a mishap and he got some stitches in his head back in the spring. Just had a little, kids playing around, fucking around. Shit happens, right? And I got the first bill right away for putting the stitches in, right? Ashley and I were there at the doctor and he had to have a couple staples put in, right? And he gets the staples put in. I get the bill for the staples. And I was like, holy shit, this is fucking reasonable. Like, this is, because we went in there, that's an emergency deal. And, insurance covered a shitload of them. Like, that's fucking cheap. It's like $100, my end, for a couple of staples. And then I figured out what the hustle is. The staple removal, which took fucking a minute and a half to remove the things. It was a cut and a pull. That was it. I get the bill for that one. There's the $350. There's the big one. Because when I went online to pay the first one, it said $500 some dollars. I'm like, that's not what this bill says. So I paid that bill, and then sure enough, just a couple days ago, the one for why is the removal so much more than the installation? That doesn't make any fucking sense. I don't get it. Let's go to somebody says we finished 2 kegs at my grad party. I couldn't drink beer until I was like 22, 23, 25. It might have been closer to 25. I couldn't drink beer. At grad parties, I remember drinking Captain Cokes or Smirnoff Twisted Ice grapes. Grape Smirnoff Twisted Ice. The ones with the 4 on the bottle, the Roman numeral 4. And then I switched to Mike's Hard Cranberry Lemonade when I was about 21. That's what I drank in Vegas. So I went to Vegas with my girlfriend Laura at the time. And she would be walking down the street with a big pounder of Bud Light. And I'd be walking down the street with a fucking Mike's Hard Cranberry Lemonade. Worst part is zero shame. No shame whatsoever. Gay? But yeah, the grad parties, I didn't use the kegs. I was Captain Morgan and wine coolers. Bigot on socialist media says I started drinking at 16. Most of my friends were drinking for years before that. The first time I ever drank was at a party that my friends and I threw at my friend's house. He left town with his mom on vacation for holiday break, and he gave us a key to his house and said, you can have a few people over. That's how bad some people wanted to be cool. Even if they weren't there, throw a party at my house. So we did. And I had never drank before. And I remember Abby Will. Oh, my God, Abby Will. Abby Will was a year younger than us, and she was fine as May wine. And Abby Will and I were talking all night, and she goes to me, she goes, it's my birthday, Imholt. You should take a shot with me. And that was my first introduction into the fact that I would corrupt myself eternally just for the affection of a woman. And Abby will go, you should do a shot with me, Imholt. And it was Bacardi-O. I did a shot of Bacardi-O. I didn't know shit about taking shots. I had just seen the movies. So I'm like, well, in the movies, they just down the hatch. I chugged like half a can of Sprite. And to this day, I still can't fucking drink. It started left and stayed left. But Abby was she was a fine girl. She was my buddy's girlfriend at the time, and an absolute sweetheart. Totally good. She had an older sister too that was in our grade, and she was dating another friend of mine. She was very, very beautiful too. Some good-looking girls in the north suburbs, man. We had some, as the kids would say now, baddies. Hobo Chili says, calm down, Slick. It's not like your daughter is going to Harvard. Bro, Ashley's already got them. I'm pretty sure I'm paying for college. Because that's my grandmother did very well in life. And my parents took some of the money from my grandmother and paid for my education under the handshake agreement that this was going to be a generational passed on thing. None of us were going to saddle our kids with student loan debt when they were older. So the promise is I pay for my kids' college education. Now, my parents had 2 children. I had 3. I got the short end of the stick on that deal. And my college doesn't even exist anymore. But Ashley, Ashley's not even paying for the school. And Ashley's already telling them college is overrated. You got to find a trade and blah, 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 like fucking base, right? And I'm just like, well, I mean, I think you should have some educational backup, but United Front and all that, saving me a couple of bucks. Corn Diff says, the problem is my oldest is really smart, like a really bright kid. So I don't know. Corn Diff says, just leave the liquor unlocked and go occupy yourself for a few hours. They'll figure things out. But that's what I mean. How did my parents, who I figured were otherwise moral people, how did they have this party at their house and justify the fact that they knew underage kids were going to be drinking? I did shots of 151 with my older cousin's husband. It was my cousin who was my age from Texas. She had come up for my grad party. And then my cousin's husband, who's 5 years older than us, he was giving us shots of Bacardi 151. One sip will make it flip. Writing names on my hollow tips, plotting shit, mad violence. I'm going to embody these hood politics. So, and by the way, I missed work the next morning. I was fucking hungover as all shit. I fell asleep on a cement floor in the basement of my parents' house. It was unfinished at the time. So how did my parents justify that? How did my parents in their mind reconcile, we're good parents, we're decent people, there's going to be underage kids drinking at our house? Because I have a hang up with that. Give Me Tip says, just had a grad party last weekend. This generation doesn't party like our generation. There was no drinking. Yeah, but isn't that still Gen Z? We're talking about Gen Alpha. Gen Alpha might not be a bunch of fucking pussies. Gen Alpha might be based and awesome. Gen Z's gay. Because the millennials were kind of gay. But we're way straighter than Gen Z. I think this might be a generational skip sort of a deal. Because Gen X, they were like Woodstock 99. Gen X they were fucking insane. Headbangers, mosh pits, shits like that. I shit on Gen X a lot for the adults they became. But in their partying years, Gen X was like skinhead scary. Their parties were not fun. Their parties were just headbanging and thrashing. And like I said, Woodstock 99. It wasn't a party unless somebody set some shit on fire. Gen X went a little too hard in the paint. And I think that was to rebel against the hippies who painted flowers on their assholes and sang Kumbaya, while dropping acid. Gen X just decided, let's get super fucked up and set shit on fire. And then millennials were more like, why don't we drink until we sound retarded, which didn't take long for us. And then so Gen Z was like, hey, you guys are all stupid. And they tweet or they post on Instagram. And I think Gen Alpha might bring back the heat. I really do. I think Gen Alpha might bring back the heat. I mean, I hope they don't. All my children are Generation Alpha. I hope that they're all fucking, to the manor born and, kind and good, and the drinking is icky, but, Scram Person says, this chat room has mentioned faggotry more than any other show during Pride Month. Bunch of closeted dudes here. Find yourself, guys. Don't waste your life in a lie. That's great advice. $1 from Chevrolet JB says, are you sure them kids are yours? Why? Because I said they're smart? I get it. They learned from my mistakes. That's why they're smart. It's because of me. Packerbacker says, fairly certain they've said if they come across other illegals while rounding up illegals with warrants and whatnot, they'll deport them too. Not actively hunting them, but it's not catch and release. No, you're right. I mean, if they catch them while doing something, what I'm saying is they're not actively trying to seek out just people who are just here illegally. Somebody says, you are overthinking it. My parents got kegs, and all of my friends and I drank it right in front of my parents. Use red Solo cups, so if pictures are sent around, no one can prove what's in them. Hobo Chili Recipe says, well, that's what happens when you choke slam a kid and he hits his head. Oh. Oh, no, my son got two staples in his head. They're going to think I choke slammed him. Oh, shit. No, it was a while back. It was a wrestling injury, though. The two youngest were wrestling with each other. They decided that having a Royal Rumble on a couch would be a good idea. Kind of like, you know, when we used to play King of the Mountain? That's what they were doing on the couch. They were playing King of the Mountain. They didn't move a table far enough. So my little 6-year-old, she was 5 at the time, my 5-year-old somehow ended up, my 5-year-old daughter ends up beating my now 8, then 7-year-old, this was last year, son, which makes me realize that bill fucking took a long time to get here. Anyway, this was just before his birthday, I believe, or just after. He might have been 8. Either, I'm trying to save his dignity here. She threw him off the couch, and he conked his head on the table. You know, one of those injuries that kids get. And, you know, I wanted to be like Robert Baratheon and says, you let a little girl disarm you. But I think he won like 7 King of the Mountains before that. So, you know, law of averages and all. Let's go to Brittany Boo. She says, next time, call me to remove them. My God, it's Aaron with a choke slam. See, now, like, if Nick wanted to get ahead of the Gabe Hoffman thing, that would be a good way to get, that would be called getting ahead of it. Be like, people said, you know, my kid had staples. They said I choke slammed him in the entry of everything. What really happened was he and his sister were having a King of the Mountain battle. He hit his head on a table. We had to take him in to get staples. That would be getting ahead of it. That would be clarifying the situation, not denying something that people claim happened. That's not getting ahead of it. Hurtnick says you still can't drink 2 beers is not drinking beer. He's not wrong there. Scram Person says all female fans of Steel Toe are lesbians, and that's fine. Well, not the one I married. Well, I guess she ended up being part ways. Chevrolet JB with $1. Oh, there, I did that one already. Sorry, buddy. No, Hurtneck, Abby, and I did not have threesomes in high school. I was not. I remember, though, my high school girlfriend and I, we did have. Holy shit, I just realized something. My first girlfriend and I, like not too long after we lost our virginity, right? We went on a camping trip with her friend. And now that I think of it, her and her friend did kiss in front of me, and that could have been my first polycule. Oh my God. I was being invited at 17 years old. I was being invited into a polycule, and I had no idea. Son of a bitch. She was a redhead, though. It would have gone against my morality. Mild. Oh, this is funny. I said, Abby. I can't sing, but she's a fine girl. What a good wife she would be. But my wife, my love and my lady is the seaman. That's C now. It's the sea. My life, my love, my lady is the sea. Not. He had always told the truth. Yeah, he was an honest man. And Brandy does her best to understand. Are your kids going to an unaccredited college for an associate's too, says Professor Tie-Dye? Yeah, then they're leveling the place afterwards. They're going to realize, why is it that all institutions realize after they house me that it's time to shut the doors? Corn Diff says, how many husbands have you drank rum with? This sounds like a trick question. I just drank rum with my buddy in Florida. Took us out to St. Pete for the day. Took SP and I with his wife and his new baby. and we went to a rum place at St. Pete, and I had a rum. What does that mean? What does that mean? Bigot on socialist media says, I was a dickhead chugging multiple bottles of bourbon at 17. I had no idea how to drink. I couldn't, really, two old fashions, and I'm high as a kite. Chevrolet JB says, I tell my daughter to go get in trouble. God, I'm finding out that I'm a fucking pussy of a dad. I really am. Like, you guys are like, go get in trouble. And I'm like, oh my God, I hope she doesn't get in trouble. You know what? It's because I've seen too much of the world. And so I'm like, then I have to trust at some point, Aaron. Remember, she's not as retarded as you are. All right? Bappa Shab about this, the Staples says, oh my God, a steel chair. Bigot on socialist media says, your son bled the hard way. You know what's funny about that is my kids always ask me about the wrestling matches I've had. They're fascinated by pro wrestling now. And I've had 4 or 5 pro wrestling matches. And so they always ask me about it. They're like, Dad, how do you do this? How do you do that? And I'm like, like any other dad, like we'll wrestle around and stuff and like suplexes onto a big cushion or something like that. But like, they'll be like, Dad, how do you do this move or that? I'm like, guys, I can't responsibly like teach you how to do like actual working wrestling shit. Like they want me to teach them how to fall. Like, Dad, how do the wrestlers, when they go back like that with their arms like this or their arms like that, how do they do that? And like, I have to tell, they're like, will you show us how to do that? I'm like, no, guys, it fucking, well, not fucking, but like, I'm like, no, guys, that hurts. Like my first day of wrestling training, I had to take bumps. That's all I did my first day. I took bumps and I ran ropes. That was it. And taking bumps fucking hurts. And I took it on a boxing ring. And there's a big difference between a boxing ring and a wrestling ring. Wrestling ring has a little more hydraulic, a little more give to it. I did it on those gymnastic mats in a boxing ring. Holy fuck was I sore the next day. Professional wrestling, believe it or not, is no joke. It fucking hurts. I had like a 7.5-minute singles match. And my opponent told me after we got through the curtain and we were done, he was like, man, that was great. That was blah, blah, blah. He goes, just letting you know, you're going to hurt like shit in the morning. It's okay. Just ice, take a few Advil before bed. You're going to be sore. I'm like, sore? I feel great. We did 7.5 minutes. I don't feel a thing. He's like, yeah, that's the adrenaline, being out in front of the crowd, doing it. That's why it's so much fucking fun to do this. That's why people put themselves through tables at high schools for $200 a pop. It's because it's a fucking ride. It's a rush. Pro wrestling is fun. But he's like, it's going to hurt. And the next day, man, just from taking bumps, just fucking hurts. Let's go to... Landers says they groomed you, Aaron. Somebody says, Aaron finding out he's been into polycules his whole life. Don't forget your polycule circle jerk with your buddies. There was no circle jerk. $1 from Professor Tie-Dye says, Aaron's kids play King of the Mountain because if they play Smear the Queer, Aaron has PTSD flashbacks. Brittany says, so this is Lauren's fault. No, Lindsay. Laura was my girlfriend. There was Lindsay, and then there was Kelsey, and then there was Laura, although Kelsey was more of a casual thing. And then there was like a bunch of like randoms. Then there was Brittany for a very small time, and that was kind of casual as well. Then there was Jennifer. And then there were a couple more Litchfield randos, and then there was Ashley, I believe. And then there were a few more randos. No. Legally, that never happened on paper. Let's go. Let's keep scrolling through the chat here. We'll get caught up. There's a random Patrick Melton is a pedo accusation. That's fair game. King Kong Dong says, I taught my daughters how to win in a fight. New guy says, you told your kids you were a pro wrestler. I mean, I've told my kids that I've had wrestling matches before. That's just the truth. I don't know what to tell you. Oh, God, now people are pointing out that I'm saying bumps. Oh, I get it. Taking bumps. That's, yes. You grew up dudes in a gym. Got it. Oh. Just scrolling through, just making sure we catch up. New guy says, you drank Zima until 22 and were a pro wrestler. I mean, when you put it that way and you call it Zima, I mean, it sounds pretty gay. Somebody says Litchfield Randos, LOL. Yeah, that doesn't sound good. That doesn't sound good at all. McBuster says all dudes, then Ashley, then SP, then April, then Nick, then back to SP because SP doesn't mind being a beard. MSO says, gee, I never knew Jim Cornette was so fat. Okay, that's... McBuster says, kids, I have wrestled. I am gay. Do you still love daddy? That's not how those conversations work, McBuster. Mindy Lee becoming a member for... Oh, my God, 33 months for Mindy Lee. Thank you so much. Says, glad my long-lost VIP package didn't take this many months to find me. Bring on another month of laughs. Thank you, Mindy. Appreciate it. All right, let's go ahead and get a little update here. We got a little generosity that came our way during that last segment. I tell you what. I give credit where credit is due. I got to give credit to the chat today. You guys gave us a really long segment just by keeping the ball in the air. And I don't know about you. I had a good time. I had fun with it. Rebecca with $10 says, for all the drama topics, all of your content is entertaining. Screw the haters. And Michael with $5 says, Aaron didn't choke slam. It was a diamond cutter. That's right. Any of you who have been to my wrestling matches, and there are a few, you know that my finishing move was a diamond cutter called the mic check. Or was it the mic drop? Mr. Kennedy's move was the mic check. Mine was the mic drop. And it was just a diamond cutter. That was my finish. 210 away from today's goal. Thank you guys very much. Keep it moving. I appreciate it. You're fantastic. Like I said, we're looking to get to $100 in the next 2 hours. So I pretty much left you guys alone goal wise. I think you'll throw in a few bucks here and there. We'll make our dollars, and then we'll have ourselves a phenomenal show today. Ryan the Garbage Man writes, the only STD you got was from your dad. Sir, I can't believe you would say something like that. Prediction, Aaron moves back to Shoreview in 7 years. More food, less Somalis, and a free house. He can replace Dave Ryan. Wait, a free house would have to mean my parents die in 7 years. That's not, the math ain't math in there. Let's go to Not Hobo. Not Hobo writes, I found a mural of you about your gentleman callers. Bon appetit, fat ass. And it's just a, well, there's what Not Hobo sent me. It's a mural that says, I love squirters. Thank you, Hobo. It's unbelievably nice of you. Scram Person says, Aaron is seriously a good sport. Don't take shit from haters. Rolls right off his back. Death to all Uyghurs. Jesus Christ. That first part I appreciate very much, Scram Person. I really do. But certainly I don't want all of you sending me money and writing in horrifically offensive things, especially not on Rumble. Let's go to McBuster. He says, Choke Slam Nick has a ring to it. He has a lot of aliases. Baldo, Pope Baldo, Cocada, Skelly, Gay F Word, Lord Baldo, Sigmund Baldo, and now Choke Slam Nick. Choke Slam Nick. Choke Slam Nick. Choke Slam. Yeah, it kind of works. You know what? You're right, McBuster. It's not a bad nickname to go with. Okay, we've got a couple of things to do here. I've got Jack Doherty for today's show. Fuck, do I hate this guy. He is so close to getting the living shit beat out of him, and I am so here for it. I hope that this guy keeps losing fans and followers and money. I hope he gets to the point where he needs like Keemstar and Misfits Boxing and all of that, and we can get Jack Doherty in the ring with, I don't know, who would we get him in the ring with? There's one that Worski could win. Didn't they throw Worski in there with like fucking Salt Poppy, who ended up being a goddamn knockout machine? Oh, brutal. Brutal. I empathize with Worski. I got steamrolled in my first fight. It fucking sucks. You get in there, you think, I'm ready. I got my fight plan. I'm ready to go. And then the bell rings, and you're like, shit, never done this before. Don't know what I'm doing. You catch one in the nose, bust you open, done. I get it. I understand. You're not going to catch shit from me. But got to drop someone in my second fight with a nice left hook, straight right combo. That's fun. It's fun to knock somebody down with your hands. But Jack Doherty, I want to see him in a boxing ring or like an MMA cage or something like that. Or really, I'll settle for Jack Doherty just in the street getting punched in the head by a black guy. And it has to be a black guy because he puts on the whole wigger thing. You know, like there's these fucking millionaire kids who have never struggled a day in their life who adopt hood culture. They really all should be rounded up and put in re-education camps. Well, a group of people saw Jack Doherty at like a beach and they tried to jump him. Now, Jack Doherty recently had like $300,000 worth of jewelry stolen off of him in Beverly Hills, which I thought was fucking great. I endorse that. Well, I guess a bunch of other people now were chasing him down on the beach. And look at this little chicken shit run to his daddy, his black security guard, who, you know, Jack Doherty's whole thing is he's a fucking cunt. He's a little twat bag. Then when people are about to give this little shitbag his comeuppance, he goes and runs behind his like retired SEC offensive lineman security guard. And then, you know, and then when this little shitbag got robbed at $300,000, which I hope the security guard was into or in on, and like those guys fenced it for like $200,000 and the security guard got like a cool $80,000 out of it. That would be awesome. But he goes and runs behind the security guard and doesn't get his ass whooped. I hate it. Look at him. Look at this little bitch. Look at him. He literally grabs onto his shirt and don't let him hurt me. Don't let him hurt me. Don't let him hurt me. Like, honestly, if this security guard wasn't so loyal to his paycheck, as a man, he would go, Jack, you got to let go of me. I got to let them beat the shit out of you. You got to learn to be a man today. You can't run behind another man and hang on to his shirt. I mean, this is a small footstep away from being in prison and hanging on and being someone's pocket bitch. I mean, why doesn't he just pull out his back pocket and you hold on to it? Oh, God, he should have just let him get him. And then what I really hate about this little fucker is that the minute he gets behind that big security guard, he then goes, oh, what's up? Oh, what's up? Oh, what's up? What you want to do now? Oh, God, he's so fucking hittable, right? Chevrolet JB with $1 says, Aaron, you were so bent over in your first fight, I thought Nick was behind you. Chevy fan says, I guess we got our answer to the 100 men versus a gorilla. That's not funny. I feel like there's racial undertones to that joke. I can't endorse that kind of behavior. Then the next Jack Doherty thing we've got today. This is the one I really wanted to get to. The rapper Lil Baby just stole Jack Doherty's chain off him. I don't think this is set up either because I have a hard time believing that Lil Baby respects Jack Doherty in any way, shape, or form. And that like he would do a bit with Jack Doherty. I mean, if it turns out that Lil Baby, whatever street cred he has is fucking gone if his fans think that he fucks with this guy. So Jack Doherty was at a club because, and Lil Baby was there. And Lil Baby, now if you're Jack Doherty, the last thing you should be doing is wearing any kind of jewelry anymore. You're a punk bitch. The word is out on the street that you're a punk bitch. You just had $300,000 worth of jewelry robbed off of you. You shouldn't be wearing jewelry again. And by the way, this is just new money. I mean, this is just new money. This is a particular kind of rich. Doherty's never had money in his life before. And he's like, another 6-figure chain. Like, dude, your money's going to be gone. He lives in a giant fucking house. He buys like McLarens and shit. He's throwing money away irresponsibly. Like, hey, Jack, you ain't going to find enough girls to pimp out on OnlyFans. And by the way, that's what he's doing. He's an OnlyFans manager. Like, people think he makes his money streaming and shit. No, he basically gets stupid hoes with his money, and then turns them out on OnlyFans is becoming the new pimping grounds. Like, people think that OnlyFans is this thing that liberates women and, allows them to keep all their money in it. No, it's just pimping by a different name. That's what Andrew Tate's going in for. Andrew Tate's, eventually the dragnet's going to close in on Andrew Tate. He's been basically trafficking women through OnlyFans and taking their money. They're pimps now. That's the new pimp game, is OnlyFans. So this little shitbag does that. Except the last chick he was with, I guess, grabbed like $3 million from him. At a job, sweetie. At a way to be. And she broke up with him. So, like, he's basically an e-pimp, which is embarrassing. So hopefully this isn't like a bit that Lil Baby's doing with him. But he snatches his chain. First of all, this is fucking gay. It's just two guys. Look at Jack Doherty. He's like got his hand on his tummy and he's whispering in his ear. Like, if Lil Baby punches him for being too close right now, it's probably technically a hate crime. And I don't mean racial. Get your fucking hand off that man. Like, so basically what you're just watching there is Lil Baby was wearing Jack Doherty's fucking shitty Falcons chain or whatever that was. And Jack Doherty's trying to get his chain back, and they're basically treating him like, what was the guy's name? Was it Christian in the Real World? Remember the Dave Chappelle Mad Real World sketch? I think his name was Christian or Luke or whatever the fuck his name was. Some white bread dude. And, like, they all basically, like, separated him from his girl and then, like, ran a train on her. And then, like, they stabbed him in the house and then passed off the knife like a prison stabbing. Basically, Lil Baby just cut Jack Doherty of his chain. And then Jack Doherty's like, oh, yeah, like he's in on it. Like, yeah, man, enough playing. Give me back my chain. He's like, fuck you, what chain? And now Jack Doherty's going to go to Lil Baby's vehicle and be like, all right, man, stop playing. Like, he's like on Lil Baby's level. And he's like, hey, man, stop playing. You and I, we're cool. He's like, get out of here, you fucking retarded pasty bitch. I'm going to take your chain, and what are you going to do about it? Fucking nothing.
He took my chain while he was performing and didn't give it back. He has my chain, bro. Like, what the fuck, dog? Like, you guys aren't getting away with, like, what? Yo, that's crazy if you think you're taking my $200,000 chain.
Don't wear a $200,000 chain, you dumb, retarded kid. You stupid fuck. Quit wearing. You just got robbed of $300,000 worth of chains. You're a stupid puff pastry white boy. You don't belong wearing a house worth of chains. Maybe this is the fucking lesson. I'm glad he stole it from you. You shouldn't get it back. The black community is trying to tell you something, Jack. You're a bitch. You've got accountant energy. You're not accountants on, after tax week. They don't wear big chains. They drive sensible vehicles and they go to nice upper middle class homes. All right? You're not supposed to be about that life, Jack, and they're gonna keep cucking you until you realize you're not about that life. I fully endorse Lil Baby's clear felony he's committed here. I fully endorse the crime that Lil Baby has committed against Jack Doherty. Is that okay to say? Like, I'm totally fine?
Bro, he has my chain.
I love this. All the black people that work for Lil Baby, he's like, he has my chain. Where's my chain? And they're all like, yeah, I'm sorry, buddy, but we don't give a fuck. Here's him actually talking to Lil Baby about his chain being stolen. And Lil Baby's just pulling a what? I don't understand. I can't hear you. I don't understand.
Bro, I need my chain, bro. Bro, I need my chain, bro. No, bro, I need that chain, dog. I'll call you. No.
I'll call. Lil Baby goes, I'll call you. That's how much they respect him. That's how much they think of him. Like, they can take his chain. They're fucking with him like you would like your little brother. They're bullying him right to his face, and I hope this is real because I fucking love it.
Bro,
This kid needs to be shown that he doesn't fucking belong. And I hope they did this in front of his girl.
I need it right now, dog. Bro, we're not doing... No, bro, you're not taking that, bro. What?
Call the police. Lawsuit.
Call the police. He goes, lawsuit. Call the police. Watch. I want to see Jack Doherty be a fucking bitch and call the cops on Lil Baby. I want to see it.
All right, bro, it's on camera. Like, wait. Like, what? He thinks he can take my chain and get away with this? Hilarious.
Yeah, yes, he can. He can because you're a bitch. You don't belong there. You're a dumb kid. You're a dumb, pasty white kid. You don't belong at hip-hop clubs. You don't belong going into the streets where the boys be at. Know your place. This is them trying to teach you your place. You got stuck up for $300K. You didn't learn. Now Lil Baby's like, yo, white boy, you don't belong here. Give me your fucking chain. And if he would have said, give me your girl, you would have had to give him your girl. And guess what? Your girl would have went. So fuck it. Stop going to these places. Get yourself some sensible clothes, maybe some penny loafers, and start living that accountant life, dude. You are, you're Lefty Rosenthal, you know? You're not Anthony Spilotro. You're not a gangster, dude. You're the Jewish money guy.
Serious. You gotta be for a YouTube video. There's no way this is real.
Imagine that. There's police cars at a Lil Baby concert. I wouldn't have guessed it. Nice vehicle, though, bro. I can't understand why all these rappers go broke. And, like, you know, the rappers that are famous when you're 17, before you're 40, they're worth negative 250 grand. Somebody doesn't read contracts. Somebody doesn't read contracts. Look at that. He's got to sit there like a bitch while Lil Baby takes off with his chain. Mwah. I love it. It's my favorite. It's my favorite. I love the fact that this guy is just getting fucking embarrassed at every turn. Let's go to Chevy Fan. He says, am I supposed to be upset that he takes money from stupid hoes? No, but like I'm saying, people think that stupid hoes have figured a way around the hustle by doing OnlyFans. It's not. It's still being run by pimps a lot of the time. Okay. Thank you, Kevin Soundboard. The guy in Mad Real World was played by Christian Finnegan. That's what it was. I can't remember. Oh, God, what was his name? Not Todd. Fuck, I can't remember what his character's name was in Mad Real World. But it was Christian Finnegan. You're right. Chevy Fan says Aaron was Lysol beating off in the corner making eye contact. Oh, that's right. Lysol. No, it wasn't. Lysol was the guy fucking Katie. Charlie Murphy was in the corner beating off. Oh, no, Charlie Murphy was in the corner beating off when Christian Finnegan was fucking Katie. Oh, it's such a great sketch. Either way, Jack Doherty is Christian Finnegan in that sketch. Ed Harlow says, no, it's not okay. This is the problem with society. Crimes are okay if it happens to someone I don't like. No. He is. I said he is fully allowed to call the police and report Lil Baby for that crime. And I hope he does. And he looks like a fucking bitch for doing it. I hope he does. I have no problem with Jack Doherty reporting the crime. A crime happened. He had his property stolen from him, Ed. I'm totally fine with it. I just like that he had to face the public humiliation of a guy just going, nope, got your chain. He goes, give it back. Give it back. He's like, no, I think I'm good, bro. I think I'm good. Yeah, Ed says, right. Don't exercise your rights because I don't like you. No. Go ahead. Go ahead and do it. Call the cops. I love this. Tilt says they accept him. That's his role. He gets bullied at times. Jack will eventually get tired of it at some point. I don't know. He's just so fucking desperate for attention, though. Tilt One says, I think it was Todd. It wasn't Todd. That was Chad. That was his name. Christian Finnegan's name was Chad in that sketch. Thank you, guys. Ed Harlow says, Aaron, I support Lil Baby. Felony. No, I don't support him. I don't not support him. It happened. If Jack Doherty wants, here's what'll happen. Jack Doherty will call the police. He'll be like, he stole my chain. Lil Baby will then give the chain back and go, oh shit, my bad. I thought we were fucking around. There you go, officers. And the officers will go, you're both retarded. We don't want to deal with this shit. So therefore, great. You got your chain back. Everything's good. We're done here. Douglas, holy shit, $150 from Douglas. I can't find a name. This might have come in via Streamlabs because there's no comment on it from the PayPal end of it. I just want to see who I'm putting up on the number one spot. There we go. Well, now I'm not going to say. It's a very funny name, but I just gave out your first name instead. Upcoming win for the toe. The pre-seethe has been amazing to witness. Pure white Colombian cope from the Baldo bunker. Can't wait to see you cover it after it gets aired tomorrow night. I have an idea. What about an Aaron, Keanu, and Gino, and maybe Sean? Maybe we get some people together. Maybe we do a post-Gabe Hoffman interview breakdown stream. That could be fun. Either way, Douglas, thank you very much for the $150. Give that man an Elon.
And I just want to say thank you for making it happen. Thank you.
And I also believe that's going to put Douglas in first place. $150, man. Thank you so much. Douglas with $150. Steven now in second with $125. Riding Dirty Llama in third with $102. And Wally World in fourth with $80. Thermodyne Diesel drops out of the top four with $60. Let me just get Thermo logged in here. Thermo is at 60, and he's on the outside looking in. Holy shit, 150. That is appreciated, my man. Thank you very much. Holy shit. $65 away from today's goal. I'm done asking for money till 10 o'clock. You guys want to knock out the last 65, go for it, but we could officially have a no asking for money day today. Oh, my God. You understand. So thorough Joe Burrow and Muttering Jay's hair will go on fire. You know what? I respect Muttering Jay because he doesn't stop lying. He's committed to the lie, and he can't stop. Steel Toe has beaten him, broken he and So thorough Joe Burrow's brain, and they can't stop. I need Muttering Jay to report that Steel Toe, every day we hit the goal, Muttering Jay just makes up a number, and he goes, Steel Toe missed by $180 today. And it's like, God, we've got this fucking guy. He can't escape from our grasp. He wraps himself in our embrace. So we knock out today. I want to see the number that Muttering Jay and So thorough Burrow come up with. King Kong Dong says Spurg's about to Spurg. I think so. Riding Dirty Llama says Douglas's dono had no tooth hurty, but it's fine. $1 from 383 Novocaine says more Jack Doherty drama. He rents his cars. You know, I would believe it because that's a pretty common thing amongst these like shitbag YouTubers, even rappers. Like rappers do it too. They rent like luxury vehicles and go, yo, look at my Maybach that I got. And then it's like, oh, yeah, how long you got it? For another week or two. I got the extra insurance, so I can really ride around.
Clearly the walls are...
Here we go. This is a Tozy from 12 hours ago. I love a Tozy. Johnny's a big Tozy fan. We should see if we can get him on the show sometime as a guest. Johnny would love that on a Monday or Tuesday. Get a Tozy on the show. I will say this. These drama channels, one thing they do that really annoys me is these drama channels. Somebody writes in, does Douglas get to rent Johnny for sex for donating $150? Why is it that, like, you assume that someone who donates $150 to this show wants gay sex with a cabana boy? I don't understand it. One thing about these drama channels that I wish they'd stop doing, but I understand it's really good for business and it's really good for views, is they do this thing where they're like, it's the end. It's never been more over. The walls are closing in. They're done. This is the last they'll ever. I hate that shit because it's like, dude, that's not how the internet works. As long as you're willing to act a fool, you'll have an audience. As long as you're willing to be silly, you'll have an audience. Like, it's never over. Like, you're going to have a fall from grace. You know, you can go from, let's pick a number, 90 to 100,000 live viewers at a time to about 900 to 1,000 live viewers at a time, which is about steel toe numbers. That can happen to you. But, the idea that these Jack Dohertys are like, they're done, the walls are closing in. Nah. It's like, enjoy the embarrassment. Like, enjoy the schadenfreude. They don't have to, like, all these, this is where Patrick and Carl fucked up so bad. And this is where they fell into the steel toe trap and they can't get out. And now we own them. Is that they invested in us not having a show anymore. And that's clearly not going to happen. We win too much. But now they're like, fuck, now what do? We just have to cover him like an obsessed girlfriend, like a stalker. We just have to keep watching him. This is our hell. Because Patrick has tried to pivot away from steel toe. He can't. His fans go, he doesn't have fans. He has steel toe haters. And they go, boo, get this shit off my screen. Do steel toe. Boo, you suck. And so he has to do steel toe. Otherwise, the numbers go down. He goes from 600 at a time to like 200 at a time. And if he stops doing steel toe for good, he'll go back to 30. But you're not going to hear me say he'll never be on again. He'll never go live. Patrick needs the attention. The internet is his life. He's done if he doesn't have that. So if he ever finds a spine and finds some pride and stops doing steel toe stuff, he will keep streaming to 30 people like he used to. Otherwise, he has to stay in my wake and be my bitch and grab on, like Jack Doherty grabbing onto his security guard's shirt. That has to be Patrick with me. So one thing I will complain about with these drama channels is like their whole obsession with all these people falling apart or being done. It's like, it's the internet. It's there for people to make a fool of themselves. They're never going to be fully done. Don't make that your goal. Enjoy the schadenfreude. Enjoy the silliness of it all. There doesn't need to be an end game.
Closing in on Jack Doherty, who's one of the most infamous IRL streamers, is essentially known for harassing people in public, then hiding behind his bodyguard. And recently, he's been taking a lot of L's for the entire world to see, including crashing multiple cars, being dumped by his girlfriend, admitting that he built his entire business and income around his now ex-girlfriend's OnlyFans. But just when you thought Jack could
Can you not say OnlyFans on YouTube? Holy shit, they're strict. But yeah, that's, like I said, a lot of his money was made by pimping his chick out on OF, I guess is what we need to say. And now he's got to replace all of that income. So he's basically got to find a new dumb blonde chick with big tits to start an OnlyFans. Imagine that. You get a girlfriend and the only way you can make an income is to be cucked out. That's brutal, dude. Like, hey, baby, I love you. You're amazing. Hey, you want to start an OnlyFans and just shove things in your pussy for other dudes on the internet? Oh, that's the only way you can pay your bills. And, fuck her too, because it's like, oh, sure, absolutely, I'll do that for you. It's like, you guys are not in a monogamous relationship. If she's got an OnlyFans, you guys aren't monogamous. She's for the world. She's for everyone. She's not your girlfriend. She's our girlfriend at that point.
Lower, he decided that one embarrassing car crash wasn't enough humiliation. No, he actually faked another crash just for clout. And of course, because it's Jack Doherty, he did it in the most cringe and obvious way possible.
Now, wait a minute. I will disagree with Atozy. If he legit crashed the car, but he did it on purpose, that is like, at least you're putting your body at risk. I'll give him credit for that one. Because he's a douchebag. He does douchebag things. But if you do douchebag things and one of them is like, I'm going to take this really expensive sports car and I'm going to wreck the fucker against a wall while I'm in it, a little more respect than running behind the bodyguard.
Oh my God. Christy! Is it bad? Yes, it's bad. Are you okay?
Yeah. I love that. He starts out with like, what the fuck, bitch? Yeah, it's bad. You good? All right, listen, you dumb whore.
Are you okay? Bro, this is why I don't let you drive.
I like this. We're going with the Jack Doherty Islam arc. By the way, the acting in that was so fucking bad.
What was that? I mean, like, I guess he just makes content for kids because there's no way anyone above the age of 13 would believe they just crashed that car. And
hey, have you ever met a Nobody Likes Onions fan at Tozy? There's plenty of retarded adults who aren't legally allowed to see their children who would buy this shit.
Obviously, there's a lot of questions to be had with that video. Why wasn't the wall damaged? Why did they run out of the car acting like they just crashed it when they clearly didn't? Is this like an attention play, or did he just very poorly try to use his new girlfriend as like some sort of scapegoat for him just...
Wow, you mean the dumb blonde with nice tits? Yeah, I mean, he doesn't seem to have a type. Hey, look. Tozy. I love you. I think you do great content. You do amazing work. You really do. But you're trying to assign some sort of reason to something that's very easy to understand. He's a retard. Glad I could help.
Crashing his car. Like, there's just a whole bunch of questions here. But Jack posted this video right after the rental car company he rented from posted a video about this incident.
My girlfriend was driving and like, I don't know what happened. Like she lost control and like kind of crashed.
Is she okay?
Yeah, she's
Who's
fine.
this fucking greaseball? Ahmed Amwell. I learn new shit every day following these dipshits.
How bad's the accident?
It's like minor, I feel like.
Can you come past? Can you bring it past here so I can check it out?
We can come right now.
All right, bro. I'll see you soon. Bring the car with you, man.
So wait a minute. You just happened to be, you're the body shop guy who's going to work on Jack's car, and you just happened to be filming that call. This wasn't put on at all. You just knew that call was coming, so you turned on the... You know, Atozy is right. You have to be fucking brain dead or 9 to buy this shit.
No.
Damn.
She did it.
It would be so funny if the bodywork guy just stole his chain. Just everybody sees Jack Doherty and like word is out, he's a bitch, and everybody just takes his chain. Yeah, you know, everybody just dresses like this to go for a little Sunday drive. This isn't put on for a video at all.
What was that?
Dude, he's going to turn her out to OF so soon. She's so hungry for clout.
Dude reacted like the car owner is the teacher walking up to them looking for who to remove from the classroom. So, what a wimpy response. I mean, if my girl crashed a rental car, I'll be focused on what could we do to kind of get through this situation. I wouldn't be...
That's true. Like, what a piece of shit to just go and be like, she did it. God, you're a fucking goof.
Childishly outing her on video. It just makes him look like a child. And I mean, this is especially when you consider the proof he posted of crashing the car.
Oh my God.
Wait, no, hold on. The wall is damaged. I mean, they did fuck it up right here. I mean, I'll buy that they, you know, put the truck into the wall, but they just probably lined up and did it.
Oh my God. Christy.
Again, when you see that video, something's just extremely off here.
You okay?
Yeah, that quote-unquote grown man who's quote-unquote old enough to drive is way too fucking short. He looks like an Oompa Loompa. You're right. Something is off here.
I'm sorry. I can fix it. Is it that bad though?
I don't think it's that bad.
I thought it was only a bumper or like a scratch, bro, but you got like headlights are broken, you got reinforcement, you got radiators, you got fans, you got...
How much does all that cost?
25.
It's dripping.
Sheesh. That's probably just my water.
No, that's like the coolant and radiator and all that kind of stuff, bro. It's a big accident. To you, it might not look that bad, but once you take everything off, it's pretty bad, man. Did you get a police report?
No.
We need that as well to go through insurance.
I'm at the airport right now. My flight's in literally an hour.
Change your flight, bro.
Is there any way?
Oh, God, this is so fucking phony. Oh, literally, my flight's in an hour. This is like when you do improv and you just keep adding too much shit to the scene. When you're like, oh, I crashed my car. Oh, my girlfriend did it. Oh, it's not that bad, is it? Oh, it's really terrible? Yeah, I have to go to the airport. My flight's in an hour. Oh, I just got cancer yesterday. My dog just died. Oh, there's a terrorist attack outside. Oh, my God.
We can just handle
I'm
this.
being deported.
It's like after, like I literally got a dip right now, but I promise you I'll handle it. Like I'll make sure everything is taken care of.
Yeah, I wouldn't trust that ever. Dude's about to leave the country after doing that to your car. The flight should be rebooked until it's all sorted.
When they're gone,
You'll come find me in Miami if I don't pay you. I promise. Well, I will fix it. I will make sure she does if I don't, you know? But I will pay for it.
She's retarded. She's dumb too. Run, bitch! Run, bitch! Run for your life! He's trying to get you to shove things in your pussy on the internet. Get away from him. So he rents his cars. That's not that uncommon, though. Like the fact that that's a rental and then he does some fake shit and all that. I get it. That's what a lot of them do. A lot of them rent cars and then go, oh, yeah, look at this sweet Lambo I just got. There's that famous Red Bar thing where they find out that Logan Paul's sidekick leased a Lamborghini. He said they bought the Lamborghini when it was actually leased. Where do we have that? Red Bar, it's leased. So Big Mike from, oh, wow, I got a couple of Red Bar clips here. Big Mike from Logan Paul said that he was dating Lana Rhoades, the anal queen of Pornhub. He was dating Lana Rhoades at the time, which, ugh. And Lana Rhoades got a Lamborghini. She bought a Lamborghini. And Red Bar is so wonderful with shit like this. He just gets stuck on it. And he's like, wait a minute. Red Bar starts digging around. He finds Big Mike on a podcast saying, Lana just leased a Lamborghini. And Red Bar's like, wait a minute. You said it was bought. And you leased it, and Red Bar just picks up on that and hooks it in. It made it to like Drama Alert with Keemstar. And then Tappin Skins, Red Bar's music guy, makes this fucking banger of a song called It's Leased about Big Mike and the Lamborghini. And, a lot of celebrities do this, especially a lot of like nouveau riche, a lot of new money celebrities. They're like, oh, this is what rich people do. And it's so not true, because if you've known any wealthy people in your life, truly wealthy people, they don't really splurge. They live like paupers, really. There's a great meme. There was some no-name rapper who's worth $1 million at a Laker game, and he's sitting next to Jack Black, who's worth $50 million. And Jack Black is dressed like a complete fucking slob from head to toe, courtside at the Laker game. The rapper is decked out in designer clothes and a big chain. He's dressed to the nines. And over each of their head, it says, over the black guy, it says rich. And over Jack Black, it says wealthy. And it's so true. Like, my grandmother did very well. My grandmother and grandfather owned a lot of land in St. Cloud that ended up being purchased and developed into a lot of the big places you see today. I believe the Cashwise off Highway 10. My family used to own that. A lot of that, or that strip along Highway 10 that has like the motel and the gas station and all of that, and the Salvation Army area. My grandparents owned that. The land Runnings is on. My family owned that. Like, they owned a shitload of land, and then some rental properties and stuff like that. And little by little, they sold it off to people who wanted to develop it. Now, I'm not saying like, oh my God, my grandma was rich. They had 7 kids. I mean, that got dispersed out, believe me. But my grandma did very well. You would never know it. I never knew how much money my grandparents had. My family, I actually really appreciate that. My family was really cool about not talking about money like that. And my grandma would always tell us, I don't have any money. I'm broke. She would always say that. She's like, I don't know how I'm going to, like, they wanted her, like, my aunts and uncles and my mom would be like, Mom, buy a new car. You deserve a car. Why don't you buy a car? She goes, I don't have any money. She would always say that. Like, when you're a kid and your grandma says, I don't have any money, you worry about them. You're like, oh no, they don't have any money. Is my grandma going to be okay? But you realize that's how wealthy people live. That's how people who do really well live. They're not insecure. They're like, nope, I'm not spending money on that. That Buick LeSabre runs just fine. I'm not getting a new fucking car. I don't have any money. No. And they just don't. Especially people who grew up in the Depression times, they just don't live like that. So, like, when I see these when you see these influencers and shit, And they're like, yeah, I'm leasing Lamborghinis and I'm doing this. This is why they end up broke within 5 years. Athletes, too, same way. Meanwhile, you see Steve Jobs and he's wearing fucking New Balances and a turtleneck. You know, back when he was alive. You know, these guys just, they don't live extravagant. Every time you see fucking Elon Musk, he's in some shitty t-shirt with a coat over it. You know, there's a difference. So this was Red Bar with the It's Leased remix. This was fucking awesome that he exposed this. This phenomenon of pseudo e-celebs renting vehicles to look badass. Let's go on here.
Hungover, feel like crap, but we gotta get pumped up. We got news to report. You feel it? Yeah. Oh, shit. Bella Thorne, all up in the news. She scammed her fans, said that she sent nudes. Now OnlyFans is only mad. This bitch scammed, and it's so damn sad. Mike Milagic, or however you say his name.
Facts.
Biggest pathological liar in the game.
Fiction.
Caught lying by the red bar. Holy shit, killer team stars. Told her not to buy it.
She bought it.
She fucking bought it. She bought a Lamborghini.
I don't, like, honestly, every time I see Lana Rhoades in anything, like podcasts or anything like that, I can't get past the dead eyes. And that's just being drilled out doing porn and shit all the time. I mean, it's like in Hocus Pocus, you know how the witches suck the life out of all the neighborhood children? That's what the dicks do to the porn stars like Lana Rhoades and Mia Khalifa. Like, if you notice, they all just have those dead eyes, that 1,000-yard stare. It's just, you've been hollowed out like a fucking Chickasaw canoe, and you just have no soul left anymore. You've drank piss. You're done.
Wow, I keep hearing this word bot.
I've never heard the word bot so many times in my life.
I definitely heard the word bot about 50 times.
Cars are tricky. Talk about a depreciating asset.
Worse.
Oh, yeah.
I used to hate the idea of leasing, but now I kind of like the idea of leasing. I'm like, Amara drives the Lambo. It's lease. It's lease.
Excuse me?
It's one of my favorite Red Bar moments ever when Mike David fucking freaks out over the leased thing.
Caught lying by the red bar. Holy shit, killer team stars. Caught lying by the red bar. Holy shit, killer team stars.
It's lease.
Yay!
What a Lambo.
It's lease.
Yay!
What a Lambo.
It's lease.
Uh-oh.
What a Lambo.
It's lease.
Tappin' Skins does a lot of that shit for Red. I don't know if he still does it for Red Bar, but it's always very, very good. Zumach versus the World with 199 says, I should have listened. Melton is a backstabber. I know that's not the real Zumach, but I will take that compliment because, guys, it's, I got to be honest with you. I've been telling you this shit for a couple of years, and I've never been wrong. You just had to listen to me. I understand that I'm a fucking asshole, and I get that, you know, when I'm right, it's painful for some of you, but it's a lot less painful to just get on my level, understand that I call all these clowns the way it is, and that you're going to save yourself a lot of time, energy, and foolishness if you just go, yeah, Steel Toe's probably got this one. Steel Toe's probably, you know, Steel Toe's probably in the right on this whole thing. Thank you very much, guys. We have a lot to do today. A lot of sidetracking in the chat. I got to admit, I'm getting caught up a little bit. Let's go to... It's Chevy fan. That's not very nice. Hobo Chili says, these are high-end rental car places that are independent. When I had my rental business, I used to deal with these guys all the time. They're all sons of Mecca. Oh. Sam Show says, you're the only adult genuinely trying to watch this and float it to people in their 30s and 40s. It's fun for me. I like it. Sam Show Loves Black Men says, as someone in the collision repair business, that's pretty fucking bad. Especially the shit they do now with vehicles. Like everyone, I remember when I hit a fire hydrant when I was like 17. with my Pontiac Bonneville, and it put a V-shaped bend in the rebar. And honestly, getting a new grill, and this was what, 05, 06? And it was a 98. So it was like a 7 or 8 year old car. Middle-aged, I would say. Getting like a new grill. I used my grad money to buy a new grill, new bumper assembly, and a new rebar. And honestly, I think it cost like $400 all told. And I worked on it with my uncles and my dad. I got a couple uncles who are mechanics. We worked on the whole thing. And I want to say that we didn't even end up using the rebar. I want to say that they hooked the rebar up to like a log chain or something and just pulled it straight. And back then, that was like $400 for all that damage. Cracked grill, bumper assembly, rebar, the whole deal. You did that now with like a 2020 or a 2022, 2024 vehicle, and you have all that damage. Thousands and thousands of dollars. Sam Show loves black men. If I'm wrong on that, check me on it. But just in 20 years, the dramatic increase in the price of like basic cosmetic bodywork is insane. I remember I had the airbags go off in and I'm not trying to brag here, the Buick Enclave that I was driving. This was like 2018, 2019. And I was driving a 2014 or 2015 Buick Enclave, and I was texting and driving in my neighborhood, and I swerved into a car that was parked on the side of the street. On the wrong side, by the way, facing the wrong side. And my airbags went off. And I was like, well, the damage isn't that bad, though. This should be fine, and this vehicle's got decent value, so they called it totaled. Like, I sideswiped a vehicle, and the airbags went off. They called it totaled. That's how much fucking damage it did. Jack Doherty should just offer his ass as payment, says Bigot on socialist media. Hobo says, not gonna lie, if she was offered up as the deductible, I would consider it. She was cute. Papa Shab says, make sure you use a steel-enforced door that seals completely. Look at everybody. Look at them. Look at everybody knowing their car shit. Let's go to... Sam Show says, meanwhile, my uncle drives up in an old-ass Corvette. Dusty Rhodes with $1 says, Reba, this nicka. Just say Reba, if you will. Reinforcement bar. That's what they called it. The reinforcement bar. Don't fucking talk to me like I don't know. Let's keep going. Holy fuck, the spider is protesting hard. Too late. Chad is a team map bitch for life. Maybe. Maybe not. Rebar is used in concrete, not cars. I'm telling you, I'm looking this shit up. Fuck, if I said the wrong thing. Reinforcement. Yeah, it's the reinforcement bar. Oh, they called it the reinforcement guard. Oh, fuck me in the ass. I'm sorry. I got it wrong. These are saying reinforcement guard. Reinforcement guard. I apologize. Fuck me to death. I will cut off my right hand for you. I apologize. Son of a bitch. Chevrolet JB says headlight assembly can be crazy expensive. Guessing you're going for radiator support. Yeah, it was called the front reinforcement guard. Fucking hell. I got one goddamn thing wrong. One goddamn thing. Hobo Chili Recipe says, I knew what you were talking about too, but I don't give a shit. I just want to call you a fat retard. Fair enough. Chips and Diff says, show me the hand, asshole. Oh, boy. I am the much maligned and scrutinized Aaron from Steel Toe. Thank you guys very much for your incredible generosity today. The memberships, everything else. Of course, Douglas jumping in with a shitload. I had one more. You guys have really gotten us off on a Jack Doherty thing today. I have one more Jack Doherty clip that I thought you'd enjoy. So after he got robbed of that $300,000 worth of jewelry, Jack Doherty now literally holds hands with his security guard in public. They're literally, I don't mean this as a euphemism. I mean they're holding like it's his daddy and he's a little boy. Take a look. They are holding hands.
What are you laughing
at? Did they make fun of him for holding? Oh, they were laughing at him, and he goes, "What are you laughing at?" "Oh, I'm just holding my security guard's hand so nobody hurts me." I really hope that security guard was in on that robbery. That would be so goddamn funny. What? Guys, he doesn't want to get robbed again. All of his jewelry will be gone. He doesn't want to lose all of his jewelry. Poor guy. Flinty Gecko with 5 gifted memberships. Thank you very much. 5 gifted memberships also from Miss Tay. We appreciate that. Very kind of both of you, Flinty and Miss Tay, dropping 5 gifted memberships. That, of course, means we are $40 away from today. Holy shit, we might have ourselves a no-ask day. We're $40 away, and we got 2 hours left to show. You guys are incredible. Thank you very much for your generosity. Mr. Beat says, Aaron would love to hold a big black man's hand. What evidence have you ever shown that I would like to hold a black man's hand? This is the same week that I got, 15, 20,000 views on a video where the comment section is nothing but black people talking about how racist I am. And now I want to hold a black guy's hand. I feel like you guys don't even mean these things. I feel like you guys are just trying to hurt me at this point. You're just trying to hurt my feelings. Papa Shab says that was Nick walking with... Oh, and that's Nick and Energy King at Hito too. Aww. Aww. Ed Harlow says, okay, but you're still laughing at someone with a pile of money. Right, that's why we laugh at him. That's the trade-off. That little shitbag. Gets to talk about how, how great his life is. He gets to parade around, whoring girls out on OF, and we get to go, ha ha, you little Oompa Loompa. I'm happy somebody robbed you. That's how life and jealousy works. K Fallon with $2 says, you didn't take the staples out yourself, pussy. I'm sorry. Hobo Chili Recipe says, Aaron thinks an inside-out pocket in prison is a sign of affection. No, that's not. I don't think that at all. April's missing orgasm. I've seen a couple of steel toe seethers in the chat today going, no, that $150 is fake. I got to say, seeing you guys here and upset the way you are does make me feel good. I like it. If my audience fucks with me and keeps their $100 drops until the end of the show, it's totally fake. If they do it right at the beginning of the show, it's totally fake. I'm starting to think that you guys are just projecting your own sadness that we're not giving you what you want, which is this show not hitting its goal. Sorry, guys. Hey, you know what? Maybe the audience will withhold that last 40 and you guys can have a little bit of hope. That's possible. Also, this kind of makes it sound like this kind of sounds like you guys are, I don't know, maybe projecting a little bit of your own sadness. Just a little. All right, guys, let's continue. I'm getting a bunch of stuff sent to me here that we could be using for the show, but oh my God, there's so much of it. I'm trying to look at this stuff, decide if I want to use it while also doing the other things at the same time. This is getting very tricky. Somebody sent me a clip of Ray DeVito claiming Chad Zumock struck his own channel. That might be too silly for me to even go over. Honestly. I might even not. It's just so, like, there are some levels of retardation that I just don't even want to venture into. And whether or not Chad Zumock struck his own channel. First of all, I don't think you can strike your own channel. You can report your channel, I suppose. Like, let me go look. You can report your own channel, I think. But you can't strike your own. Everyone thinks that if you, like, put a strike on somebody's channel, it happens. If that were the case, then everybody would do that to everybody. Sin City Manny wouldn't have shot Finn the Legend. He would have just struck his channel 5,000 times. I mean, maybe you can report. Let me go to my channel and let me see if I can report myself. How do I go to... No, I don't want to go to my studio. There we go. View your channel. Let's go here. Yeah, I can't report myself. I'm trying to find. I mean, I don't report channels, so I guess I really wouldn't know how to do it even if I could. Do I scroll down to the bottom? Do I click this thing? Yeah, there's nothing. There's nowhere to report my own video. So no, I don't think Chad Zumock struck his own channel. That would be retarded even for him. Chad did turn his memberships and super chats off. He lied and planned on getting super tips for a while. I mean, it really seems like it backfired like crazy on him, though. Like, it doesn't seem like that was a winning strategy for the kid, but all right. Okay. Best of luck then. Let's go to, we have a little bit of follow-up on the Las Vegas shooting, on the Sin City Manny thing. The coroner is reporting at Clark County that Tanisha, who's the wife, was shot twice in the head, and Finny the Legend, Rodney Finley, was struck by multiple bullets. Their deaths have been officially ruled homicides. And now Sin City Manny, 41-year-old Manuel Ruiz. These were men in their 40s, and one of them shot the other one because they were mad at strikes that were getting put on their YouTube channel. Finny the Legend was laughing about Sin City Manny getting 2 strikes on his channel and then telling his audience to keep reporting the channel so that Sin City Manny would lose his channel. And that 41-year-old man, that set him off so much, the idea of having 3 strikes on his channel, that he shot the man doing it. As if you shoot someone, they're not going to take away your channel. Manuel, known online as Sin City Manny-wise, had a long-running online beef with Rodney, fueled by Finney's nonstop mocking after YouTube shut down Manny's copyright strikes. Manuel even filmed himself hunting for Finney just a day before allegedly gunning him and his wife down on the sidewalk. Manuel has been booked at the Clark County Detention Center on 2 counts of open murder with a deadly weapon. I mean, in America now, 2 counts of murder, that puts you in jail for what? First-time offender, 10 years? I wish I were joking. I mean, there's murderers who get out in 10 to 15 years now. We really don't give a shit. Ed Harlow says, hopefully, the Manny case will bring about massive legislation against gay ops, gay F-word trolling. I don't know about legislation or anything like that. I do know this. YouTube's going to come down hard. YouTube has a habit of overreacting every time some shit like this happens. It's unavoidable. Every time something like this happens, YouTube goes, all right, you're not going to be able to do this. We're not going to allow you to say words get taken away to try and prevent something that was never going to happen again anyway. Tilt1 says, read the YouTube contract. Shooting competitors is not frowned on. Yeah, they're gonna have to specifically put in the terms of service, you cannot shoot people you have YouTube beef with. I thought we'd covered this under law, but we were wrong. Sam Show says he lost street cred because he popped the woman. I mean, I would hope that he lost street cred when he took a YouTube beef so seriously that he felt he needed to fucking murder a guy. But maybe you're right. Maybe it was the shooting a woman that pushed some people to go, well, that's too far. I mean, shooting another guy because you're both in your 40s and you have beef on YouTube. I mean, this would be like Chad Zumach shooting Kevin Brennan. It's like why would I, you know what? I shouldn't give them ideas. This would be Stuttering John shooting Shuley. Why? What's the point? So, I think YouTube's going to come down on this pretty hard. I think there's going to be rule changes. I think there's going to be all kinds of shit. It's going to be like Adpocalypse or anything else. Tilt One says, only shoot Rumble streamers. That YouTube's going to put that in their terms of service. You want to shoot each other? Take that shit over to Rumble. God damn it. Kick will let you shoot a guy. Corndiff says, Popeye's chicken is on another level, though. It's because Sam Show wrote they'll die over a chicken sandwich. Carlos Cameo says, well, thankfully he never met you during your Vegas trips, right? I ain't trying to get shot in front of the Bellagio. Finney the Legend and Tupac, the only people who get shot down on the strip for the stuff they put on wax, as the kids say. All right, we got a little Greta Thunberg. I'm sorry, who was that douchebag? Mr. President, what do you think about Greta Thunberg being arrested or detained in Israel? So if you don't know, Greta Thunberg, the autistic kid who was scared shitless by her parents that the world was going to end when she was like 12 and now is borderline retarded at this point. She's been so fucking mutilated and manipulated by her parents. I mean, I look at Greta Thunberg and I go, I almost don't want to make fun of this chick. She doesn't look right. She looks like one of those creepy, sheltered homeschool kids who like didn't meet enough kids their age when they were younger, so now they're just like a weird small adult. But her parents were like stupid lefty hippies. And her stupid lefty hippie parents weren't getting any traction being activists on their own. So they had this brilliant idea that they would brainwash their little daughter, scare the shit out of her, convince her the world was burning to the ground, and if we didn't talk about climate change until our fucking dicks fell off, then we were all sinning against God and the environment and liberalism and progressivism. So then she went and made all these speeches and people were like, oh, it's so cute. This little teenager cares about the world. And if there's one thing the left loves an unattackable victim spokesperson. That's why they loved David Hogg and the bald chick after the Marjorie Stoneman Douglas shooting, because, hey, these were kids that were in a school shooting. You can't criticize their ideas or their positions. We dare you to tell them they're wrong, even though everything they're telling us is out of emotion and it's wrong. We dare you. What are you going to do? Attack a school shooting victim? It's a dirty fucking trick. And then with Greta Thunberg, it was, what are you going to do? Attack a little autistic girl? And it's like, she's speaking at the UN. I mean, at what point are you not, a helpless little autistic girl? Then she had her little sailboat, and her sailboat would sail to different places to get all kinds of attention. I don't know if it's actually done anything to cut emissions or done anything to, help the environment, but she went around the world in her sailboat trying to make a difference. Well, she decided that she was going to break the great Gaza blockade that Israel had of the West Bank and the Gaza Strip, and she was going to go there in her sailboat with some boxes of Frosted Flakes, and she was going to save all the Muslims. Well, the Israelis, as they do, detained her, took her sailboat, the whole deal. So Greta Thunberg gets detained. The Israelis say, we'll let you go, but you have to watch a video on not January 6th. That's what happens when you get arrested in the United States. You have to watch a video of October 7th, and you have to see how bad the Jews have it. And you have to cry, and then we'll let you go. So then they interviewed Greta Thunberg afterwards, and they asked her about the Israelis and everything. By the way, the Israelis detained Greta Thunberg for trying to run a blockade, and they got so tired of her after a couple of days that they went, just get the fuck out of here. Just leave. The only hostage where the hostage takers were like, well, honestly, we'll pay you and we'll cut her loose for you to take her. This is her being interviewed in Paris on her way back to Sweden, where her parents could go, hey, remember, we're all going to die.
Very worrying because people were not being treated well. I was not able to say goodbye to people, and I don't know what's happening. And there were many issues.
When you say they're not treated well, what do you mean?
Well,
could you elaborate for us?
Obviously, in a very dehumanizing way. But of course.
Wait, time out. I hate it when people do that. I hate it when they go, they were treated poorly. Can you tell us how? Well, in a very bad way. Anyway, I was talking about no. Stick with me here. I know maybe some ADHD. I don't know. We're bouncing around. I get it. I empathize. I have a problem focusing myself. But can we stay on the? You don't need to make shit up and dramatize to make me think that Israel treats people that aren't Israeli like dog shit. We know they do. But I hate it when she's like, she always has to be at the center of it. Like, she always has to be part of the victimhood. She can't just be a spokesperson. She can't just advocate for causes. She has to be in her little rowboat. Oh, yeah, I was part of the Israeli meanness. The Israelis were mean and bad, just like they are to the Gazans. Oh, really? Did they shoot you in the genitals? Did they put a rifle butt into your face like they do Gazans? Well, no, they just wouldn't let me say bye to people. Okay, so they were a rude host, essentially. That's like if a party ends too abruptly and they don't let you say goodbye to everyone. Yeah, you got a shitty boyfriend or a shitty girlfriend who doesn't let you say goodbye. That's not exactly like mean, evil, imperialist hostage takers. Continue on, young lady.
In a very dehumanizing way. But of course, I have to stress nothing compared to what Palestinians are going through.
Right. They wouldn't give me butter for my roll, Whereas what the Palestinians face is they are actually the butter. People don't tell you that. They just turn Gazans into butter.
So can you give us some, what happened to you when you arrived in Ashdod port? I mean, were you taken off the boat? Was there any violence? Were you detained? How? Where?
No, I prefer not to go into details.
Because you're full of shit.
That we arrived there, we were detained, and then we were, yeah.
She's full of shit. Like, here's what happened. She wanted to do this stunt where she took her sailboat and she went to run the blockade, and she wanted to get detained so she could say, oh my God, the Israelis stuck rifles in my face and told me to get the fuck down, and they were yelling and calling me a dog and this and that. And that didn't happen. The Israelis, and you know me, I'm not one to simp for Israel, but the Israelis took her off the boat. They detained her by the book. They showed her the October 7th thing, and then they sent her on her way. But Greta Thunberg has to be part of the victimization. So she's like, they didn't treat us well. We didn't get to say goodbye. Well, were they mean to you when they pulled you off the boat? Were they bad? Well, I prefer not to say. So what's they treated us poorly? Well, nothing like the Palestinians. So you're full of shit. You're full of shit, and you want the story to be about Greta Thunberg. That's about it. Jesus, some of the stuff. Wow, you guys like Greta Thunberg less than I do. Holy shit, I'm looking for stuff I can actually read. Hobo Chili says, I have seen IDF shoot children and laugh, but to be fair, I don't consider Haji's people. I don't think I can read that one. Jesus Christ. Tilt says, that's a wig. Greta is really bald. I hope that's a wig. I hope she didn't choose to have that be her hair. Sam Show says she already went in there thinking they were committing a genocide. So they show her videos of October 7th to justify it. Yeah, like this is, what do they call it? A classic hate situation. Like, hey, whose side are you on in this? Israel or Greta Thunberg's? It's like, don't put that evil on me, Ricky Bobby. I ain't falling for your fucking banana in a tailpipe. I'm not falling for your false dichotomy. A pox on both your houses. 383 Novocaine with $2 says a breakdown of the Manny shooting.
Like this is just going to be like a fine tap in the...
Oh, this is from the Charm Whisperer. Okay. Little breakdown.
The wrist, it'll be quick, And as far as like Fremont will have to understand that in this case, it was not like it was not an attack. Like, you know what I mean? Like, come on now. They got to see the big picture. But anyways, And guys, I ain't gonna blame nobody. I ain't gonna blame my best friend for it. I'll go and do my time, or whatever it is, I'll take care of it, you know?
All right, let's get into part 2 of
So did this asshole fucking record himself saying, I'm going to murder this guy and I'll do my did he just offer them the premeditate? This Sin City Manny has to be the dumbest motherfucker. One of the dumbest motherfuckers in YouTube history.
This video, breaking down the background of the Sin City feud that's had the YouTube streets buzzing. Based on what I found, this whole beef actually started offline in real life before it ever made its way to social media. So here's what happened. Finny the Legend and his wife, known online as Bubbly, were in Las Vegas. While they were casually streaming and recording their trip, they happened to pass by a street performance. And that's where they encountered Sin City Manny.
You know what? That's what I'd do. I'd start a feud with a guy who dresses like this on the regular. That's a stable individual. God, whatever happened to just walking past freaks? That's half of what Las Vegas is, especially if you go downtown, you go to Fremont, you just walk past freaks. You can hold your tongue. Part of the fun of walking down Fremont is seeing a freak. And then when you get about 10, 12 feet away, you go, did you see that fucking freak back there? And you take a little peek back, he's a fucking lunatic, a fucking meth head. And then you move on. You don't start the shit with the guy. You don't know if these guys took their meds today.
Who's known for performing in costume along the strip. Now, here's the twist.
Looks like he's putting on a hell of a performance. He's really moving and shaking.
Bubbly was filming the surroundings.
For my last trick, I'm going to shoot a motherfucker.
And at some point, captured footage of Manny Wise performing. Apparently, Manny Wise didn't take kindly to being recorded and things escalated quickly.
You didn't. You're going to go out on Fremont Street dressed like Crow Sting, wearing a stupid sombrero and a silly tombstone outfit, and you don't want people to record you? I'm starting to think this Sin City Manny guy might be a little off his rocker. Nice outfit.
He pushed her phone away mid-recording. That simple act sparked a confrontation.
So there's Bubbly. He pushes, oh God, she didn't have a face to match the outfit. So he pushes Bubbly's phone away. And then Finny the Legend apparently don't play that. Why do we have to have the dramatic music? So there she steps towards him. Jesus Christ, I can't take this fucking music. So she steps towards, oh God, now now he's grabbing for the camera. Now, oh shit, she just hit him with the camera. Oh my God. So we're finding out that all of this started because a woman got him into some shit. I try to give a benefit of the doubt. I try to think this is just a couple of dudes having a beef. And what do we find out? A woman got in the middle, started some shit, and then went back to her man and went, you wouldn't believe how this guy disrespected me. Oh my God. It never fails. I try to give humanity the benefit of the doubt. And I try to say, Aaron, you have your preconceived notions. You're biased. But then my bias ends up being right. I'm gaslighting myself. She started this shit. She got the camera a little too close to the street performer. He pushes it away. So she goes, oh, no, you didn't. She goes all fucking ghetto broad on him. And now what does it end with? The crazy psycho face-painted street performer ended up shooting the two of them. Oh, my God. You're in your 40s. All right, we're still beefing. We're still feuding. I'm not turning it up, this shitty music. Finny steps between the man and his wife. So now he steps to Manny. And now we've got ourselves a full-on beef going in the middle of downtown. Bodyguard Big D steps between Finny and Manny. These people have fucking security. Please tell me he's like a security guard from one of the casinos. And these retards don't actually have security guards. Can't imagine why they'd need them, I guess. Julie shoves from behind. Manny grabs his pepper spray. All right. Julie strikes with the stick. Yeah, see, now his chick is throwing drinks. So she's acting fucking out of pocket. Now I feel really bad for this Finny the Legend. So Finny steps in because his girl can't fucking behave herself on vacation. mixes up with the fucking Diaz de los Muertos guy, fucking Dr. Death. And then shit escalates because he's got to step in and stand up for his girl. Because if he doesn't, she's like, why ain't you a man? Why didn't you stand up for me and shit? How come you ain't get my back? How about you stop fucking hitting people and you stop. You stop starting shit. Now I'm mad at her. Rest in peace. Now I'm pissed at her because this is becoming very, very typical. Hand to throat, Julie strikes with a stick. Fucking A, lady. Julie strikes with stick again. Julie strikes with stick. So now it's two women fighting. Manny pepper spray. Oh, now we're pepper spraying people. There we go. Now it's fucking chaos. Now these two Nebraskans who are here on vacation are like, whoa, we got more than we bargained for. Fucking psychos, man. So this Julie can't stop hitting people with sticks. And now here she goes. Now she's pushing. Now the girlfriend's pushing people.
According to the videos and reports, things got even worse. Manny Wise and his group allegedly pepper sprayed Bubbly right there in public. Shortly after
no offense, Bubbly was acting like a bitch.
The incident, Finney and Bubbly went live on their channel to tell their story.
Yeah, I'm sure they had to tell everyone how it wasn't their fault and they were totally behaving and didn't do nothing.
I'm not sure what you watched, but then when the witch tried to swing her stick or staff or whatever and tried to hit me. So
can we find a fucking adult, please? Can we find one goddamn grown-up? I mean, you're 44 years old and you're going, and then the witch tried to hit me with a stick. If you're in your 40s and you're in a position where a witch is hitting you with a stick, you've both fucked up.
I understand what you're saying, but you also have to understand.
No, I don't.
I can sit and I can say whatever I want to. This is America. We have freedom of speech. So I can say what I want to say in your face.
The most uneducated of takes. I have freedom of speech. This is America. Freedom of speech doesn't have anything to do with a witch hitting you with a stick. Freedom of speech means the government can't stop you from acting like a retard in public. And they didn't. Your freedom of speech was respected.
But when you put your hands on me or when you spray something on me, that's...
You put your hands on the fucking Muerta guy. City Manny. You were hitting him with the fucking phone and shit. We saw it. How about you don't take it to fucking hood level every time someone steps on your goddamn sneakers? We're going to clip this later. I just want to see what the comments say about that part. How about every time someone be disrespecting you, you can go ahead and walk. You can walk away and go, oh, I'm 44. I'm a grown woman. I probably shouldn't be engaging in this fucking shit. Nope, someone disrespected me, so I got to get in their face and act all hood rat. How did it work out? How did it work out? Oh, no, I'm sorry. I got to do this thing. How did it work out? I didn't do my nails. Sorry.
Problem. So what you're saying is fine. I don't have any problem with what you're saying, and you absolutely have a right to feel the way that you feel.
You're babbling.
And to believe what you believe. I don't have any problem with that. But I certainly think that when you put your hands on me, that's where I have a problem, and that's where I draw the line. And then when you spray something on me, then that's where I draw the line.
But this is what you're doing. You're going, oh, if I get in your face and you touch my camera, well, then I put my hands on you. And if I put my hands on you and you... Do you understand how you're describing the opposite of de-escalation? You're describing the opposite of how to properly handle a situation as an adult. If I get in your face and then you touch me, well, then I'm going to touch you back. And then if you spray me for touching you, I'm going to get mad. I'm going to... Never once did she give the right answer of, if I get too close to you and you push on me, well, I'm going to walk away and go somewhere else. Ding, 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 ding. That's what we call in my community how not to get shot by a crazy person.
In addition,
oh, yeah,
my other
keep digging.
Problem is you're out here videoing people and you're not asking people if they are allowing you to video them.
It's Fremont Street in fucking Las Vegas. It's not a Kroger, asshole. You're out in public. You can be filmed in public. There's street performers fucking everywhere. People are filming constantly. There's people who make entire YouTube channels of them just taking a walk in Las Vegas. You're making shit up now because you got caught being a retard.
So when somebody videos you, then you're upset about the situation? Yeah, I'm kind of taking a little bit of issue with that, Jasmine. Like, I don't think that you don't necessarily know me, and again, I
y'all don't know me.
Your
I didn't do nothing. Y'all don't know me.
You are right that I did go into the situation. Absolutely right. But I certainly think.
And by the way, look at Finney the Legend just walking around. He doesn't want any of this shit. He doesn't want any of this beef. His girlfriend started all this shit, and now he's got to be a part of it. You vouch for him, Mike? Well, then it's on you too.
If I come to you and I say something about you, you still don't have the right to put your hands on me. I think that's what we need.
I can be a raging cunt in public, but you can't do anything to me. That's great. That's a great attitude.
Draw the line. And if you think that that's okay, all right, girl, that's what you think.
And that moment marked a turning point. Their channel began to gain major traction as more and more people tuned in. Why? Because apparently many others had also had issues with Mannywise, and this incident gave them a voice and a platform to speak out.
Yeah, why don't we just keep poking the crazy retarded Mexican dude? That sounds like a great idea. Let's just keep poking him. I'm sure he'll respond rationally. Why? Because we're getting internet clout for it and we can't let it go. Fucking hell. Why do I try, by the way? I have a beautiful sign. I'm lit up real nice. This guy's blue. Dabba-dee, dabba-die, dabba-dee, dabba-die. He's blue. What the fuck am I even doing?
Support for Finney grew, and so did the drama. As their views and subscribers climbed, so did their confidence, leading to regular weekly live streams.
Right. So he and his girlfriend got gassed up by the internet, and that made them keep it going. Look, they did not deserve to get shot by this Mannywise. But they tempted a lunatic, and they kept poking at a lunatic. This was a possible outcome. They did not deserve to get shot. They are the victims. Rest in peace. But they did absolutely everything in their power to make sure that this became a possibility.
They didn't hold back. These streams quickly turned into sessions filled with verbal attacks, mockery, and insults aimed at Mannywise.
Oh, good. So we're clearly mocking and harassing a guy who seems to really have a good head on his shoulders and can take it and roll with the punches.
Crew and even his family. What started as a heated moment on the Vegas Strip soon spiraled into something much bigger and much darker. The feud between...
That's racist. I mean, darker. It's...
Finney the Legend and Sin City Mannywise didn't just stay on YouTube. It became personal, real-world personal. As tensions rose and both sides gained traction online, the drama spilled into the streets of Las Vegas. Multiple in-person confrontations took place.
And again, at no point during any of these in-person confrontations did either of them decide, you know what, I'm going to back off this shit. I'm not going to fuck around. I'm not going to go looking for this guy. We're going to tap out. Well, no, because then you'll be a bitch, and you can't be seen as a bitch by the internet.
The thing about it, bro, is after seeing him being right next to him, I am way bigger than him, man. Like, I really don't know. Like, unless he was able to, like, it was his best chance. Like, even if he revved up, like, say we was really fighting, we squared up. Like, even if he revved up, like, he can't even, like, if he wanted to hit me in my jaw, like, it would be so hard for him to reach up there. Like, he's really
That's a great idea. Let's taunt the crazy Mexican guy. That's a good idea. We're going to taunt him openly.
Oh, dude, man. Like I get no props, and if we ever do get the lock up, like, if I do beat him up, I get no props. Like, the only, you being a bisexual man trying to touch me there.
Oh, shit.
I hate that you keep...
You know, I don't know what you know about Latino people, but they're not like us whites where you can call us gay and we go, ha-ha, butt sex. Gay, that's silly and funny. You call Mr. Machismo a bisexual, he might have something to say about it.
Having to verbally say it, man, because I feel so
What I'm trying to say is, why was Coco Beware poking Razor Ramon?
I feel so. Yeah, your mic violated. Your mic is.
Do you think before he shot Finny the Legend, Sin City Manny went, "Hey yo"?
Doing the same. Go on camera a lot, whining about haters doing this and haters doing that. Grow up, fool.
Yeah.
Shout out to Darwin.
They charged me with assault. The type of assault it is a misdemeanor, which means it's gonna be like a fine or like probation. You know, it's not a serious bodily injury assault. ¿Me entiendes?
These were verbal and physical face-offs, sometimes involving both creators and their loyal supporters. The Sin City streets turned into a stage, but the show wasn't scripted. What made it worse? The power of their platforms. With each
This is a great example of two dipshits continuing to move toward an outcome that everybody but them can see. I don't, again, did this Finny the Legend and the chick who started all this shit deserve to get shot and killed? No. Did they do anything to avoid this outcome? Not at all.
Side live streaming, narrating, and spinning their version of events, the conflict turned into digital warfare. Soon, it wasn't just about who was right or wrong. It became a battle for control, revenge, and platform dominance. In a move that shocked their audiences, both sides attempted to strike each other's YouTube channels down.
Great.
Reports flew in that Mannywise camp filed copyright and community guideline complaints against Mannywise content. In retaliation, Finny's side allegedly tried to take down Mannywise live streams, citing harassment, copyrights, and targeted attacks.
Because I got him with 2 strikes right now. This will be the last one right here, and we're in that channel. But I mean, we could just, we don't really care about it.
No.
Because it ain't that channel ain't got no traction. But we also get to laugh at, because he finna get the notification tomorrow. We get to laugh at how quick he tried to take this other video down. So somebody
Again, at no point did he go, I have a feeling like this crazy Mexican motherfucker might come find me. No, just keep striking his channel, doing all that shit. It's.
I just put it in the chat where he got what video of mine he got that from, and I get that one too. He gonna get an email tonight about the other one, and that's gonna be a second strike. Yeah, we don't really care if we get him, but if he try to be tough.
Each time a video was flagged, a live stream got removed, or a strike was issued, fans flooded the comments and chats, some cheering, others accusing, and many just there for the chaos. It was clear, this wasn't just YouTube drama anymore. This was a full-blown feud with real-world consequences, real money on the line, and a community watching it all unfold like a digital street fight, week after week.
You can't just be quiet and let, like I said, if you don't speak your side, people will run and believe it as an influencer / you know what I mean? YouTuber, if somebody that's going to be watched by thousands of people, it's like our image too has to be, backed up and represented, feel me?
Your image is you both act like retards online and people watch for the circus freak, portion of it.
Even though I'm not spilling out too much, at the same time, I'm making sure to, clear my shit as well as, let everybody know what.
As the Sin City feud unfolded, many viewers took to the comments sections to express their views, not just about the drama, but about the evolution of Mannywise and the so-called Sin City family. One particularly eye-opening comment came from a Gwiz who posted this a year ago under one of Finny the Legend's videos. He wrote, "Imagine there is a group of unrelated people who call themselves a family. They have a leader who says he loves them and will die for the family. They profess that the family has a bond that is sacred and eternal. Members of the family support the leader through donations of money and gifts. He tells the surrounding community the family runs things and to bow down. Some members get tattoos of the leader and they have chapters in other states."
Isn't it amazing that this shit exists and we never know about it? Like, there are whole communities out there where this crazy shit is happening, and until somebody shoots somebody in Las Vegas, we go, I didn't know that this even existed on my planet.
They are involved in numerous violent incidents, tagging walls, threatening opposition, and suppressing information about their dirty deeds. They have a YouTube channel that the family uses to identify themselves and claim to be nothing but love and positivity.
Is that, was it love and positivity when Sin City Mannywise said, "Riverside, motherfucker," and then just started capping people? Is that positive? I don't think that falls under positivity.
comment alone paints a powerful and controversial image of what the Sin City family has become. A group that promotes unity on the surface, but has allegedly been involved in some very questionable activities behind.
No shit. By the way, the Sin City family is what happens when juggalos take shit too seriously. This is when juggalos go, I feel like this is getting a little gay. Can we get something with a little more pop? That's where they go. All right. Well, thank you for whoever 383 Novocaine sent that in. Thank you very much for sending that. That's very interesting backstory to that whole thing. And of course, we're going to be putting that one up as a clip. This is like a Reels production, top notch. LOL, says Tilt. Sam Show says, is he into that retarded clown group? Hey, there you go. Yeah. The Juggalos, the Insane Clown Posse. This guy's voice is killing my car speakers. I think it's an AI voice, honestly. I think it's a type and speak type of deal. Tilt says we have to change our laws for black people here in the United States. In the black community, you should be arrested if you don't shoot someone in certain circumstances. Sam Show says, no, let's cut out all the bullshit. Make the law. No, oh my God. Then now see, that's racist. How dare you? I can't endorse the kind of laws that are being proposed in the Steel Toe chat. That sounds dreadful. Let's go to Rocky. Thank you, Rocky, for the $10 over on PayPal. Very kind of you, buddy. Where's that put us for today? $30. Guys, goddamn. $30 away from today's goal with an hour and a half left. We haven't done any goal talk today. Let's not do any goal talk today. We're $30 away. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Now, I'm a little conflicted because us accomplishing this, and thank you, Douglas, us accomplishing this so easily makes it look like it's a statement against Johnny. And I hope you guys aren't doing this as a statement against Johnny. That would be terrible. It would be terrible. 383 Novocaine says Manny's girl is being looked into for aiding in the shooting because she was live streaming behind him. I mean, it just sounds like there is not one single person involved in this whole thing who went, hey, I have an idea. Let's not do any of this. Not one person who decided that maybe we should, hit the e-brake. Not at all. Jesus. I mean, now that 383 Novocaine sent me that video and now I have the full backstory on this deal, not only are we going to get another nice popular video, but also I thought it was really dumb before. Now finding out that it was because a woman had to start some shit and the guys had to jump in, it's even more retarded than I thought it was. We got a lot of stuff to get to. Let's open up our 8. Oh my God, we're opening up the 7 o'clock stories at 9 o'clock today. What a show. Thank you, guys. All Care Tow. I got to stop at All Care today. 320-253-5203 for All Care Towing of St. Cloud. Our friends at All Care with a selection of trucks and wreckers that can pick up motorcycles, regular vehicles, and heavy-duty equipment. That's All Care Towing, 320-253-5203 for All Care Towing of St. Cloud. Then, of course, we have our pals Derek and Tracy at Midland Armory in downtown Foley, Minnesota. MidlandArmory.com. Midland Armory when you need anything for hunting, personal protection, sport shooting, carry, whatever it is, and anything regarding suppressors, man, start to finish on the suppressor end of things. Midland Armory has you all taken care of. MidlandArmory.com. That's MidlandArmory.com, or visit Derek and Tracy at Midland Armory in downtown Foley, Minnesota. They've also got Oz doing laser engraving again. So you need any engraving done, go to Midland Armory, talk to them about it. I'm sure they can have it sent to Oz and all taken care of by AP Laser Productions. And, of course, Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville, Minnesota. Get your tickets today. These tickets have been going. We appreciate it. We had a few more go yesterday. We had a few more VIPs claim their tickets, which I can't tell you how much I appreciate that. So get those for the 2-day anniversary event that we have. We have the Saturday event, which is the cornhole tournament at 2 with the food trucks and all of that stuff. Then you've got Sunday, you've got the golf tournament. Oh, sorry, Saturday night, you got the comedy show with Gino and Keanu and Johnny and myself, and I believe Roots is going to be there. Roots and I are going to do a battle, hip-hop battle, freestyle battle. It's going to be great. Get your tickets at eventbrite.com for the Steel Toe Morning Show 11th anniversary weekend. There are combo tickets if you want to get the comedy show and the golf tournament. The golf tournament's going to start at 8 o'clock. We'd like you to be there by 7 so we can get everybody situated. The tee times are going to be between 8 and 9:30. So if you get there at 8, you won't have to wait very long. Grab yourself a Bloody from the bar. We'll be cool. It's going to be at Wapakata Golf Club. If you want a foursome, if you have your own group of guys that you want to golf with, let me know. I'll make sure that you let me know in your order. Like in your order, leave a comment, buy all the 4 tickets, and I'll make sure you guys all get put together. I'm in charge of that whole thing. That's eventbrite.com, the Steel Toe 11th anniversary weekend. It's going to be our biggest one yet. It's going to be a fun undertaking. I'm excited to pull it off. And then, of course, Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville, every single weekend, live music. Tomorrow night, $2.50 cans for Thirsty Thursdays, and it's bike night. You got that beautiful patio with Stoney's Garage, the outdoor-indoor bar with the big garage door, acoustic performances on the weekends out there during the day. It's a vibe, man. Go check it out, Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville, Minnesota. Tilt says the last 3 holes are always the worst. You're pretty buzzed and tired of each other at that point. I'm not drinking now during my golf rounds because I'm bound and determined to break 90 this year. It didn't go so well yesterday. I got out to Rich Springs in Cold Spring, which is such a well taken care of course. Rich Springs is so nice. Territory at Rich Springs and Pebble Creek are probably my 3 favorites. It was my first time out at Rich Springs this year. I threw my scorecard away before the start of the 18th hole. I think I shot like a 102. It was my worst round of the year. It was really bad. I was hacking up the course. I couldn't putt. I couldn't chip. I couldn't hit my driver very far. I was hitting the ground. I was just all my mechanics were off yesterday. And then I was getting frustrated. It was brutal. 102, and if I was being honest, it's probably 105. There were a couple holes where I picked up. I gave myself a gimme where I didn't deserve a gimme because I'm just like, I can't fuck this hole. Like, I'd miss a putt and the green was so fast that I'd be like, no, you know what? We're not picking that. We're picking that shit up. Fuck that horse shit. Chevy fan says, I have a Stoney's card I never claimed. Am I still good if I go to the comedy show? If you have it, yeah. If you don't, let me know. I've got a few and I can have it for you. Tilt says an honest 102 ain't bad. It has to be honest, though. It's probably an honest 104, 105. There were at least 2 holes where I picked it up and I shouldn't have, but I was fucking so angry. And it would have been, I picked it up for a 3-putt. I'm like, I'm not 4-putting a fucking hole. I'm just saying, like, I like to go, if it's from the putter to the start of the grip, that's a gimme. But there were a few where it was probably into the grip, and I'm like, fuck that. I'm done. Let's move on to the next hole and forget this one ever happened. It was a bad day. It was my worst round of the year by far. And it was backed up. It was after I'd been at Territory and I'd shot a couple of back-to-back 93s, and I'm like, here we go, baby. I'm getting close. And I consider Territory a tougher course than Rich Springs. So I get to Rich Springs and I'm like, we could break 90 today. I've been shooting 93s. We've been looking good and honest 93s. I had a very dishonest 102 yesterday. It was really bad. And the dishonesty came from the fact that I knew my round was fucked. And I'm like, let's just move on. Like, probably by hole 14. I think 14 and 15 is where I did my early pickups. Because it was like, I was like, okay, your round is fucked. You're not breaking 90. You're going to have a rough time breaking 100 at this point. Get to the next hole. We're just working on shit now. We're just trying to get our mechanics back. We're just working on our game. pick that one up. It's only going to frustrate you if you can't tap it in. Fuck it. And so that's why I say I threw my scorecard away. But if I was keeping score, 102 to 105, somewhere around there. You Need Me More says, what do tickets to the anniversary show entail? If you buy tickets to the comedy show, you free entry into the cornhole tournament. Party with us all day, starting at 2 o'clock. So cornhole tournament, party, comedy show, rap battle, the whole deal. All of Saturday is included with that ticket. As a matter of fact, if you sign up for the cornhole tournament, we give you your money back when you get there. Let's go to someone texting in. Aaron's third wife, the blonde cart girl at the golf course. No, I can't go marrying any of the cart girls at the golf course. Do you know how young they are? No. You can't go marrying the cart girls at the golf course. They're all in their very early 20s at the oldest. No cart girls. The cart girls are there anyway, so the dentists and the accountants can feel like they can still flirt. That's what the cart girls are there for. So the guys in their 40s and 50s and 60s feel like, they still got game. Me, I don't fall for a banana tailpipe. I'm just a nice dad. I'm just like, hey, I'll take a good boy, the new John Daly thing. Oh, thank you very much. No, thank you. I appreciate it. No, I'll see you later. Bye. I'm not like one of those guys on the course who's like, it's a pretty good day out here. I bet you're having a great time. Small talk, thinking you got game. I'm like, I'm very nice. I just know that ain't for you, buddy. Tilt says, if you're a steady 80 after 8 shots of whiskey, you're PGA ready. You're right. Unpleasant Alex says, never been into golf. I should try sometime. Have an open invite to Calusa Pines in Naples, Florida. When I was in Florida recently, the locals there told me, you don't want to go golfing, bro. Not in this weather, not this time of year. Summertime is not golfing weather in Florida. Even if you start at 7, it's muggy and 80-something by the time you're done. It's fucking brutal. All right, we got the Stefon Diggs thing. This is funny. I don't know if you guys remember what Stefon Diggs did this offseason, but he started dating Cardi B, and he was on a boat just talking to pussy. I mean, it was surrounding him. He was sitting there with his shirt off and his swim trunks, just, hey, what's going on? Everybody's all impressed. And then he pulled out what a lot of us believe was pink cocaine. He just pulled out this container that had a bag of what looked like pink powder in it. And the girls were, when Stefon busted it out, the girls all looked very, very impressed and pleased. Let's go ahead and take a look here. This was the video. And then yesterday, Stefon was at the Patriots facilities for practices, and all they wanted to ask him about was the girls and the boat and the pink cocaine. Oh, so he said, what's my name? And they all went, Daddy, Daddy. Oh, fucking ick. He said, did he just say don't do all of it? Don't take all of it. Yeah, that's pink cocaine. So Stefon got caught on video with the hose and the pink cocaine, and what the fuck? Even Kevin Hart was getting in on the act, taking shots at Diggs.
Also, I'm going to do my part. I'm shutting down the idea of after parties. No after parties tonight, okay? None. Take your home after this. That's why I did it on a Monday. People got to go to work tomorrow. No after parties. That's get slippery at them after parties. Okay?
You can tell which celebrities get into trouble at after parties. Those are the ones that ain't laughing. What do you mean there's no after parties? I got to fucking do. My Coke buzz is wearing off. What the fuck am I going to do?
After parties. Okay? We're learning a lot about people, ain't we? We're learning a lot. Take your home. I had BET get those Waymo cars, those cars without the drivers. Take y'all home. Can't bribe them. Nobody in the car. Take your home. No yachts, no boats. Cardi B, no pink stuff. What the None of that stuff.
I mean, he ain't wrong. So then Stefon Diggs is at the Patriots facility yesterday, and he wants to talk about, not Mac Jones. Who is it now? Drake May. He wants to talk about Drake May. He wants to talk about kicking ass and taking names in the AFC East this season. He just wants to talk about the Patriots being restored to dominance. What do they want to talk about? Boats and hoes and pink cocaine.
Obviously, I want to be as candid with you guys as possible.
I didn't beat my kids. I didn't choke slam them at a chiropractor's office. Stefon, none of us are saying you did that. I know. I'm just letting you know that people are going to say I did, and I totally didn't. Okay, that sounds suspicious as fuck, Stefon. I don't know what let's imagine. Okay, let's compare the two situations. Let's say Stefon Diggs came out at practice and he went, people are going to say that I was on a boat with a bunch of hoes and some pink cocaine. I wasn't. Bro, nobody is saying that you were on a boat with some hoes and some pink cocaine. Why are you denying this? Because a guy in a couple of days is going to come around and he's going to say that I was on a boat with some hoes and pink cocaine. It didn't happen, all right? And when you see it happen and he say it happened and he's got sources for it happening, it didn't happen. Would that not make you think that this whole thing is suspect as all fuck? I would hope so.
I have a thing where talk about my personal life with people I don't know personally. I'm pretty sure everybody here, men and women, are great people, but you know what I'm saying? Kind of keep my personal life personal.
I want to keep my personal life personal. That's why I bust out pink cocaine in front of hoes on a boat where a bunch of people are. That's not your personal life, dude. You're out. When you're on a big-ass boat with a bunch of hoes, you're out. That's not your personal life. There's people pulling out cameras and all kinds of shit. If I'm an athlete and I'm on one of those fucking boats, I tell the people, because Steph's probably paying for it. Cardi B's got more money than Steph, but I bet you Steph's paying for it. I'm telling the people who run that company, if you value my clientele, if you value my money, you will collect everybody's fucking phone at the beginning of this thing. And if you don't collect their phones, then I ain't getting on the fucking boat because I have pink cocaine and I want to get my dick all silly.
I had a conversation with Drake, obviously. I'm going to echo everything that he said. He told me, hoping everybody making good decisions. You know what I'm saying? And I had a conversation with people in the building as well. So, everything else is everything else. The particulars is all internal.
So I understand that. Coming on us guys.
Obviously, it's a conversation, that's happening internal. I can't have too much.
The best thing about these things is like Stefon Diggs, I like to keep my personal shit personal, so I ain't going to talk about no boats and hoes and pink cocaine. And that never works with the media. The first guy's like, all right, cool. That's great. Thanks for calling on me, Steph. Hey, what do you know about boats and hoes and pink cocaine? Yo, I just want to say my personal life is my personal life. I ain't going to be talking about that. Yeah, thanks for calling me, Steph. Hey, what does the team say about the boats and the hoes and the pink cocaine?
Much of a conversation.
All right, Steph, I got a question for you. All right, man, go ahead. You've been a great receiver for a long time, and you've put up some incredible numbers. Oh, thank you, man, for not bringing up the boats and the hoes and pink cocaine. So what kind of numbers did you put up with all that pussy that was around you on that boat and the pink cocaine?
About it, but I've been in this league 10 years. You can format the question many different ways. I'm obviously answer the same way. So.
Yeah, actually, he's got a lot more patience than I would. Like, my biggest pet peeve in this entire world is when I get asked a question and I answer it, and then you try to change one or two of the words to ask me the same question again. And I'm like, I don't know if it's like an ADHD thing, but by about the fourth answer, I get really fucking pissed. Because especially if it's a yes or no question, I'm like, yes. And like, okay, but you can tell that's not the answer the person wanted. Like, hey, do you want to go do this? And I'm like, yeah, I want to go do this. Well, don't you think that that's kind of weird that you would do that? And I was like, well, I want to do it. So you would want to do something like it? Yes. You don't think that would be, what the fuck? I've said this to so many people before when they do that manipulative shit. I go, why don't you tell me what you want me to say? And I will say that. I will do that to get out of this conversation. Write down on a piece of paper exactly how you'd like the question you're asking answered, because clearly you want to put your thoughts into my head, and I will go ahead and read that back to you.
Stefon said one to me, did you know it was being recorded?
Once again,
they're doing the bit. They're like, all right, cool, I understand you don't want to talk about it. Do you know they were filming you, bro?
You can format the question many different ways. I've been doing this for 10 years. The conversation that I had with Rage and the people in the building, obviously, is going to be handled internal, you know what I'm saying, in-house thing. So.
Do you regret it happened?
So, yeah, so.
Do you regret? Then the next guy, do you regret it happened?
I would hate to repeat myself again.
Obviously, we saw you afterwards here. So, what, even though you've been in your league for 10 years, we all learn things every single day. What did you learn from it? How do you move forward with it as a New England Patriot?
Obviously, I don't want to be rude, but I would hate to repeat myself for the fourth time. But
there you go. See, Stefon Diggs and I are the same way. Same 40 time too, by the way. Stefon Diggs and I are the same way. He got to the fourth time where he had to repeat the same thing, and he's like, "I'm gonna fucking choke one of you bitches, I swear."
Fox News alert.
Stop! That scared the shit out of me. That's not supposed to auto start like that. But doing the whole thing where you go like, yeah, I'm not going to answer any of those questions. And then every time they get called on, that's all they want to do is ask that question. I told you, you can ask it many ways. But I ain't fucking around like that. All right, did you know they were filming it? I told you, I ain't going to answer this. Yeah, but what does the team think? I told you, I ain't going to answer this. All right, but what did you learn from it? Motherfucker, shut up! That's about where he wanted to go with this. Tim Bullinger with $1 says, your hair looks extra silly today. You know, when I was doing it today, I couldn't, the middle part had like a Michael Strahan gap in it. And I'm like, where the fuck did the middle of my hair go? It was probably down the drain, more than likely. Probably down the drain. So yes, it is a weird hair day today. I will give you that one, buddy. Thank you. Bappa Shop says alfalfa looking ass. See, now that hurts my feeling. You don't think that might be bullying. I think alfalfa looking ass might be bullying. Thank you for the $1, Tim Bullinger. I appreciate it. $30 away from calling today. Another win for the toe. You guys have been chill as fuck today, and I appreciate it. I just looked on Restream. I got to say, adding Twitter is something I should have done a long time ago. Our numbers are, at least the numbers that Restream is spitting out at me, over 900 for our peak today. And we were in the 400s on YouTube and the high 3s on Rumble. We were at 800, high 7s, low 8s on YouTube and Rumble. Does that mean, that has to mean 100 something or 90 something at a time on Twitter? What the fuck? I don't know. Whenever numbers look good, I don't question them. You know, people are like, do you think this is real or this is fake? I'm like, whatever I see on the screen, that's real. And then they go, well, what about the days where it's not 900? It's 675. I'm like, well, then, I'm only a little bit better than Melton, and that makes me feel a little shittier. All right, let's get to this Terry Moran story. I'm starting to feel like I can call this shit. If you don't recall Terry Moran, Terry is the ABC reporter. He was the national correspondent for ABC News, one of the biggest guys in the reporting game at ABC. And Terry went on this rant where he referred to Trump as a bully. He referred to Stephen Miller as a bully. He was shitting all over the Trump administration, talking about how dishonest and not square dealing they are. And that's a big no-no for a journalist, because you're covering these people and now you're making personal statements about them. It kind of destroys your credibility. Well, ABC decided to suspend Terry Moran, and they thought they could get away with that. They don't really mind if their guys shit on Trump. They just don't want them to embarrass the company. So they suspend Terry Moran, and everyone goes, wait a minute, you're just suspending him? There's no fucking way this guy can actually do any kind of reporting after we've heard what his thoughts are on everyone in the Trump administration. So yesterday, the news came down, and let's just play it here from Fox.
According to multiple reports, ABC News' longtime correspondent Terry Moran out of a job after posting an anti-Trump social media rant. Moran was previously suspended for calling Stephen Miller a world-class hater. That comes as the liberal media.
Like, if you're Terry Moran and now you got fired over this, don't you regret like going so soft on your rant? Because like, if you're going to get fired, don't you want it to be a big dismount? You know, like if you know this rant's going to get you fired, you just called Stephen Miller a world-class hater. Like, what if you would have called him like a fucking bag of cunts? You know, something really with a little more pop than world-class hater.
Calls Trump a dictator and a fascist for rolling out the National Guard. And one guy was comparing ICE agents to slave catchers.
Jesus.
This reminds me historically of it's not a clear analogy, but when the nation, when these political factions divided the nation in between slaveholders and slave catchers.
Trump is
that nonsense. They're all Latino. They're not black. And they're returning them to El Salvador, not their Jewish slave owners. What are you talking about? Slave catchers and slave. So ICE enforcing federal immigration laws is the same as making people property, going to the north, catching them, and then returning them to their southern slave owner. That's the same thing. It's interesting. It doesn't sound like a very solid argument, but it sounds, what do you call it? It sounds hyperbolic as fuck. I'll give you that. Also, when you go to slavery, that's usually a pretty big L. Hey, if anybody asks you what the worst Supreme Court decision in history is, and you hear like a lefty and they go, they're like, the Citizens United decision was the worst Supreme Court decision in American history. You go, really? Worse than Dred Scott? I mean, you kind of got us. If you don't think that Dred Scott is the most horrifying Supreme Court decision in history, it shows that even like the last line of defense for the Constitution can still fuck it up and create madness. Like the Dred Scott case said that if your slave escapes to the north, the government can go get him and bring him back to the slave owner. Our Supreme Court did that. Dred Scott and his new, backers, the abolitionists, they took this all the way to the Supreme Court, and they're like, the Supreme Court, they'll uphold the spirit of the Constitution. And the Supreme Court said, go back to your owner's N-word. And it's like, whoa, what the that's not what we expected from all this. So I don't know if I buy the slave catcher analogy.
militarizing that state as a test run to make sure that he can do it in places like New York.
He's decided to throw out all the rules. You know exactly what his intentions are. He's blonde Berlusconi.
He's blonde Berlusconi. I don't know if he gets enough pussy to be blonde Berlusconi. By the way, if you're wondering why MSNBC gets such shitty ratings, it's because of those nerdy, dorky geopolitical insider references like, he's blonde Berlusconi. Nobody knows who the fuck that is. Silvio Berlusconi was a junior middleweight champion. Silvio Berlusconi was the prime minister of Italy, and he was like as mafia corrupt as it gets. Like he was a dirty, dirty dog. They had to try him numerous times on the same charges to get him on corruption charges and get him out of office. Nobody remembers who the fuck blonde Berlusconi is at this point. And also, Italy can have double and triple jeopardy because the mafia is still, like gangsters are still so prevalent in Italy that you can't possibly get a fair trial. There's bribes, there's judges and jurors who are openly being bribed by criminal elements. So they had to do away with double jeopardy. That's why when Amanda Knox was acquitted of that murder in Italy, they got her ass on an airplane as quick as they could to the United States and got her the fuck out of the country because they could have filed the paperwork and arrested her again.
While their anchors swear torching Waymos is mostly peaceful, CNN's Brian Stelter's out here playing the fact-check fairy.
Oh, yeah, that's the other thing. So those cars that are on fire in the LA riots, the left has decided to excuse that by saying, well, you know, they're driverless taxis. So the fact that they don't have any drivers in them, it's fine that we're burning them and setting them on fire because no people are getting hurt. I mean, forget the fact that somebody owns those vehicles and they're out a shitload of money and you're vandalizing and destroying their property. It's
warning us that riot videos might be misleading because some clips are 2 days old.
You got to be careful at a delicate moment like this to look at the timestamps, look at the dates. A lot of these algorithms are surfacing hours old or even days old content.
Yeah. I mean, some of the pictures of those cars on fire were from this morning. It's this afternoon now, dipshit. Oh, well, I guess that's an own. They were rioting at 4 a.m. They weren't rioting at 3 in the afternoon, you fucking stupid asshole.
So you might be looking at a video of something, wondering what's happening in LA. It's actually from 2 days ago. And it only matters because it can give people a false impression of what's actually happening.
Right. I mean, you might as well show, images, artist depictions of the Battle of Thermopylae at that point. I mean, 2 days ago, they can't possibly still be doing that shit. They'll get tired.
At a moment of unrest.
Brian Stelter, Greg, explaining the concept of time.
Yes. I will get to him in a minute, but it's always a welcome surprise when I see that pudgy little fella. I miss him.
They fired him and then brought him back.
The violence and the mayhem because they support the cause. They wax poetic about everything but the victims, as Harold pointed out. There are victims. If this were their house, if this was Stelter's house, he'd be dialing 911 until his fingers bleed. He might even put down a donut to call 911. What I find interesting is how come these networks aren't interviewing the protesters? There's a selective shielding going on. They know the protest.
Well, here, I'll tell you why, and we don't need to go too long with that clip. We got Terry Moran getting fired and all that. That's where it was going. But, the protesters are clearly bought and paid for. These pallets of American flags are showing up now because the billionaires who paid for these protests found out that the public opinion was shitty on these protests because they're like, hey, the fuck are they doing flying Mexican flags in America? And so the people who have bought and paid for these protests show up with pallets of American flags. And you see people waving American flags with the Mexican flags, and the American flags all have the fresh out of the packaging creases in them. Like when the FBI busts a neo-Nazi cell and all of the flags are just crystal clear and still have the fold creases in them. That's what the people who have organized these protests have done now too. It's goddamn, is it bad? I mean, it's just, it's a goddamn shit show. But I will say this, it's taken all the attention away from all the Epstein stuff. It's taken all the attention away from the Elon Trump stuff. All that, that whole, what's this hand doing over here? Don't pay attention to this one here. It's interesting. I hate to, Corey Adam always told me that. He goes, when shit like this is being covered incessantly, even though there's nothing new to report, figure out what the fuck they were talking about for 30 seconds before this. And that's probably what they're hiding. And they were, the Rogan Kash Patel thing did not go well for the administration. Then you had Elon and Trump fighting. I did see last night that Elon tweeted that he may have overstated a lot of the Trump stuff and he apologized and he took it back. So we're already getting the bending of the knee from Elon Musk in the great war with Trump. I wonder if Trump told him, look, motherfucker, I'll take away your Starlink and SpaceX and your Tesla contracts and all that shit. I'll make it fucking hurt. You thought them putting swastikas on your car was bad. I'll make that like a fucking massage. Chevy fan with $1 says, did you see Newsom's address last night? I did not. Do you guys want to watch Gavin Newsom bullshit his way through what's going on in LA right now? Sure sounds like it could be fun. Newsom address. Oh, they're doxing. Let's see. Gavin Newsom. Oh, shit. When did this come out? 2 hours ago. All right. What did old Gav have to say?
To account a higher level of accountability. If you exercise your First Amendment rights, please do it peacefully. I know many of you are.
It's a black person filming this, by the way. I don't want to do that. I know I get a lot of shit for stuff like that. It's a black person film.
Are feeling deep anxiety, stress, and fear. But I want you to know that you are the antidote to that fear and that anxiety. What Donald Trump wants most is your fealty, your silence to be complicit in this moment. Do not give in to him.
Wait a minute. Is he telling people to not stop protesting? Is he telling them to keep this unrest going? Bro, what the fuck are you doing? Did he just make this about Trump and then go, Trump wants you to be peaceful. Trump wants you to stop protesting. Don't do it. What the fuck, dude? I'm not finding a lot of clips on this. I'm finding CNN aired the whole thing because, of course, they did.
I want to go in and listen to Governor Gavin Newsom.
What's happening right now is very different than anything we've seen before. On Saturday morning, when federal agents jumped out of an unmarked van near a Home Depot parking lot, they began grabbing people.
Well, I mean, no offense, Gav. I know you want that to sound offensive, but that's a pretty high percentage pick. You know, what are the odds you stop outside a Home Depot and you grab a bunch of Mexicans and, like, any of them are legal? Now go to a pottery barn and do the same thing. I bet you make a lot of mistakes.
A deliberate targeting of a heavily Latino suburb. A similar scene played out when
Where are they going to go? A fucking Jewish suburb? They're all here legally. Like, can you believe that ICE, the immigration enforcement mechanism of the Trump administration, in trying to deport people, went to a heavily Latino suburb? Yeah, it's probably the fucking place to go. They ain't going to go into a fucking Albanian market and find anybody.
Clothing company was raided downtown. In other actions, a U.S. citizen.
All right, clothing and textile factories in heavy Latino areas and Home Depots. I got to say, so far, Gavin's making the Trump administration look pretty goddamn efficient.
9 months pregnant was arrested. A 4-year-old girl taken. Families separated. Friends, quite literally, disappearing. In response,
they didn't disappear. No, God damn it. This is a closer step to idiocracy, is our inability to grasp the meaning of the word literally. Quite literally disappearing. No, quite literally disappearing is poof. Oh my God, they're fucking gone. They were right here and they disappeared. Thanos made people literally disappear. The person in the van did not disappear. They were taken to a location and the deportation process was started.
Every day.
You can say, oh man, they pretty much disappeared. Okay, that's pretty much. You can't say they literally disappeared. You goofy tooth retard.
Angelenos came out to exercise their constitutional right to free speech and assembly, to protest their government's actions.
God bless.
In turn, the state of California and the city and county of Los Angeles sent our police officers to help keep the peace. And with some exceptions, they were successful.
With some exceptions. You know all the pictures you saw of, like, the vehicles on fire and the modes of transportation blocked and the roads were blocked from people. You know, other than all the shit you saw, it went so well, dude. We were awesome.
Like many states.
In fairness, they didn't burn down a precinct.
California is no stranger to this sort of unrest.
Yeah, you have a lot of
cunts. We manage it regularly and with our own law enforcement. But this, again, was different. What then ensued was the use of tear gas, flashbang grenades, rubber bullets. Federal agents detaining people and undermining their due process rights. Donald Trump, without consulting California law enforcement leaders, commandeered 2,000 of our state's National Guard members to deploy on our streets, illegally and for no reason.
Well, there was reason. I mean, look at all these people blocking traffic. I mean, you have to, Gavin, this isn't order. If you have people blocking traffic and stopping people from commuting and stopping goods from getting to stores, order needs to be restored. You guys need to get these people off the streets. So no, I'm sorry, you didn't have order restored. And when the sun went down, it got worse, my man. So basically, Trump is trying to make Gavin Newsom look like a cuck, like he's trying to take his National Guard and use it to restore order. And I don't think it's looking too good for old Gav, to be honest. Zenman Build says they aren't separating families, they're deporting them all together. Oh, like a family. I love that one where he goes, and they deported a woman who was 9 months pregnant. Oh, God damn, man, you're this close to that anchor baby popping out and being able to stay here. And missed it by one granule of Stefon Diggs pink cocaine. Son of a bitch. Somebody says, I mean, they used rubber bullets. Could have used real bullets. Well, that's what Asmongold was saying. Like, Asmongold was on his stream yesterday, and he's like, well, if they're throwing bricks and they're throwing rocks, we should just shoot them. It's like, what? Holy shit, Asmon's going. He's swinging for the fences on this one. Yeah, he goes, well, if they're throwing bricks and they're throwing rocks, then that could be potentially deadly. They should be shot. Fuck. So, Donald Trump watches an Asmongold stream, and he goes, I think this guy might be a Nazi. Tilt says Newsom sounds like that Black Vegas woman. These people don't look in the mirror. Dead Game says you could literally shoot him in the face. No, Jesus Christ, you guys are hardcore. Yes, and man builds. Almost had that anchor baby. That goddamn close. Dead Game says I concur. Dub says mustard gas. Oh, mustard gas. Oh, you dirty, rotten little fucker. Mustard gas is a bad one, dude. That's a real bad one. Hey, boys and girls, $30 away from knocking out today. You've spoiled me. I haven't had to ask once for the Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, and Rumble Rants. Do me a favor. Finish off a couple bucks at a time. Finish off that last 30. Let's call it an official win for the toe. What a great day today has been. I appreciate it. I have to use the little girl's room. We have a shitload of really good stuff still to come. We're very early on in the stuff that we had prepared for today. It's going to be great. While I'm gone, gift some memberships. Throw $5 or $10 in. Let's get this last $30 knocked out. And let's call this another win for the toe. Thank you guys so much for your generosity today. It's been such a nice and easy show. I appreciate it. Let's get back to business. Thank you so much. Whew. That took a little longer than I thought. Apologies on my end. Finzda says, OG Hitman. Goddamn right. That's our break music now. Now that Monograph sent me the new AI shit, we now have the Brett the Hitman Hart theme music. Oh my goodness, hit the bell. Flinty Gecko jumping in today with $50. Shoot that man in Olbermann.
They are afraid.
Thank you very much, Flinty, for the $50. That also means, guess what it means?
But I'm afraid I've got some bad news.
It's another win for the toe. Thank you so much. All right, I'm going to leave. No, I'm just kidding. Plus, you guys are $20 ahead for tomorrow, so we're going to have about the same goal tomorrow that we had today. For our last goal and the perfect week. And by the way, we've done the perfect week right this week. If we knock out tonight and tomorrow clean during the shows, that is a perfect week. No show had to cover for another show. It's just, it was knocked out straight away on every show. Wow. Thank you, guys. Unbelievable week. Thank you very much. Let's close down PayPal for the day. Let's close down Streamlabs, all that stuff. Thank you so much. Unless, of course, you want to go to Streamlabs and get yourself some Steel Toe merch. Breaking news. What the fuck did Gabe Hoffman do to our boy Nick? Breaking news from Scarebro after a night of seething in Melton's chat over the impending Gabe Hoffman stream. Oh, that's right. It's kind of sad. Like, that whole Melton world is kind of sad. On his streams, he can't get over Steel Toe numbers. He's peaking out at like 600. We do, like, on a bad Rumble Friday, we'll do like 690. So he can't get to the worst Steel Toe numbers. And he's got to do everything he can to, like, try to drum up as much Steel Toe stuff as he can. And unfortunately, last night, all he had was Nick Rekieta's fucking up, and Gabe Hoffman's about to bring the hammer down, and Nick Rekieta's tattling on himself. So Nick was in the chat just writing in all caps, seething, going crazy, trying to control the narrative. And by the way, the smart thing for him, if you're going to try and control the narrative, go to Melton's fandom, because they are fucking retarded. I mean, these are the dumbest people you'll ever meet. They're definitely buying Nick's bullshit. 100%. They're being fished in, suckered in, all because they can't conceal their hatred of the toe. Heels like that kind of thing. Thank you, boys and girls. So Nick has announced that after being 90 minutes late, staying up all night trying to convince Melton that he's not a giant child-abusing piece of shit, Rekieta says, I am not streaming the trial today. We'll update later. Uh-oh! Something ain't good in the neighborhood, boys and girls. He ain't trial streaming. Oh, wow. Even Red Scoper, who was oh my God, we have a defector. I'm not saying Red Scoper loves me, but Red Scoper was a diehard Melton guy. He used to come in here and he used to, I fucking hate you, Aaron, blah, blah, blah. I don't watch Melton anymore. He's too boring. Uh-oh. I need that fat little PDF file to know. Steel Toe is eternal. You, my friend, are a barnacle. Barnacles always fall off. Bapa Shab says, I did not chokeslam my son at the chiropractor. It would be much better if you would go on stream and just go, I've abandoned my child. I've abandoned my boy. Bigot on Socialist Media says, Muttering Jay will still say you missed by 175 today. He absolutely will. He'll have to cope really hard. Not only the fact that we hit the goal early, but we did it with no baggage. It was just natural. We just did a great fucking show today. Sorry, boys. You know what, though, kids? My children, you'll be better. You'll have another shot at it tomorrow. You'll be okay, Joe. Muttering Jay, you guys will be all right. Dub says, Maps bunker is likely located within 20 yards of a middle school. Papa Shah, or I'm sorry, we got to that one. Sam Show says, Nick isn't coping about something for once, so he's in trouble. Oh, boy. Sam Show says, last time he blamed the water cooling. I don't even know what that means. Bappa Shab says, by God, King, he broke him in half. Maybe Nick chokeslamming his kid, maybe what he was trying to do was just give the chiropractor more work, like trying to support local business. You know, you chokeslam your kid, he needs to be adjusted. Chiropractor gets to stay in business. Honestly, that would have been more believable than the bullshit he threw out there. Yeah, so what? So multiple people said I beat my kids. So multiple people said they saw it. They didn't give me any charges. It's not good, bro. It's not the way to... I've had one person who intimated that I did something to him, and even they took that back. So I gotta say, there's a part of me that hopes that the allegations that may come out about Nick aren't true, but nobody believes it. Because I want him to fucking live with that. I want that piece of shit to live with people busting his balls and people fucking harassing him about something he legitimately did not do, but he can't convince him. I want him to live with that because he has accused so many people of shit that he knows didn't happen, but he just couldn't stand the fact that he was losing in public opinion. So he had to go, yeah, but them. I fucking hope it's not true. I mean, I hope it's not true for two reasons. One, you don't want that to happen to children. But number two, I want him to have to flail. Now, I'm a much tougher and bigger man than Nick Rekieta is, so I can handle it. But I know he can't. I want to see him try to walk that tightrope. Chevy fan says, Gabe Hoffman got Mersh banned from InfoWars for anti-Semitism. Fuck him. I don't know. I think that they might just not let... I think that's a better story for Mersh to tell than, Mersh just isn't that good. Let's go to Das Optic Nerve says he beats on his kids now. Jesus. I mean, he's the one who put that out there. Gabe Hoffman has not even said what he's going to talk about on Keanu's show. And yesterday, Nick comes out and goes, "Oh, he's going to say that I beat my kids." And then he started getting into specifics. He's like, he's going to say that I beat my kids by choke slamming them at the chiropractor and that I beat them at the chiropractor. That's totally not true. It's like, bro, that's way too fucking specific. Nobody said anything about any of this, especially Gabe Hoffman. You're telling on yourself, bro. You're telling on yourself. And now I bet you he can't stream today because he's calling lawyers and how do we get this bad man? He's trying to figure out how to get Gabe Hoffman to not go live tomorrow. And by the way, this is doing Keanu huge favors. Like, this is doing Keanu a lot of promo for her big interview tomorrow. Like, huge promo. Let's go in here. I got one more I got to say thank you for. Let's go to Jeff with $20. He says, yo, Toe. Yo, Jeff, thank you very much. Holy shit, you guys have it down to 2:35 for tomorrow already. Hey, you can start tomorrow under 2:30 if you want to. Let's Bappa Shab says, I heard he did a diving headbutt off the top rope and put his kid in a crippler crossface. It's from a very reputable source. I think that's the wrong guy. Oh, I think you might have somebody else there. Hey, speaking of lawsuits, you know how I said after the Justin Baldoni stuff yesterday, I said, doing a defamation suit against a public figure is damn near impossible because you can say pretty much anything you want about a public figure. And I said, really, the only way you can do defamation against a public figure is if you accuse them of something that's an actual, like, legal charge. Like, you accuse them of being guilty of a crime that they never committed. That's about it. By the way, thank you, 383 Novocaine, for $1. He just writes, ouch. We'll get to that in a second. But there's a story about a defamation case in Shreveport, Louisiana, and this is a good example of what I was talking about. A former local news anchor in Shreveport, Louisiana, has sued a rival station for defamation, accusing it of engaging in character assassination after it ran a report he says portrayed him as a child predator. Now, here's the problem. If the other news outlet didn't call him a child molester or didn't call him a sexual predator or didn't call him anything like that, if they didn't call him that, but they just presented information and said, it looks like this guy was doing this, that, and the other thing, he can't sue them for defamation. If he's a public figure, that is not defamation. That is them taking things that he's done and making reasonable, calculated assumptions based on that information. They can't accuse him of crimes he hasn't committed. They can't say he's been convicted of shit he's never been convicted of. But outside of that, you really can't sue for defamation. Let's see how bad this gets, but I have a feeling that the guy bringing the lawsuit's going to lose here. Emmy award-winning journalist Bill Lunn, a former anchor for ABC affiliate KTBS, filed a lawsuit late last month against rival local outlet KTAL. Its married co-anchors Daniel and Jacqueline Jovich, and its owner Nexstar. The complaint was filed almost 1 year after Lund resigned from KTBS in advance of a KTAL report claiming Lund had been busted by vigilantes targeting men seeking to prey on underage girls. Okay, so he got caught in like an Alex Rosen thing, right? Also, that's called getting ahead of something. They're about to come out with a report that you got caught and you go, I'm leaving, bye, I'm not going to be here anymore, see you later, fuck off, bye, don't talk to me. Lund had been cleared by a police investigation. So, like, if this guy would have come out in advance and said, hey, next week the news is going to run a report that I got busted trying to solicit sex from an underage girl, don't believe him, it never happened. Wouldn't that look suspicious as fuck to you? Just saying. Now, Lund had been cleared by a police investigation and no charges were filed, a fact KTAL included in its report. Nevertheless, the former anchor said in his lawsuit that KTAL and Nexstar failed to vet, edit, I'm going to sneeze. There was a second one coming, but it passed. All right. Oof. Nevertheless, the former anchor said in his lawsuit that KTAL and Nexstar failed to vet, edit, or confirm allegations that labeled him a child predator. No, wait a minute. Again, the more I read, the more I think he's going to lose this thing because the news has a right to report that you were caught in one of these sting operations. Just because you weren't charged with a crime doesn't mean you didn't do that part of it. Like, just because you didn't get charged with something, that's not automatically meaning, hey, there's a difference between not charged and cleared of any wrongdoing. You know, a lot of the time, not being charged means they can't prove it. They never got Al Capone on murder or anything like that. They got him on tax evasion. That doesn't mean that Al Capone never murdered anybody. That just means that they couldn't make it stick. So with this guy, hey, they said that I might be a child predator. They, said I was picked up by this organization that does these sting operations, but they never charged me with a crime. Well, they didn't accuse you of being charged of a crime. They accused you of being a fucking creepazoid. Here's their evidence. Lund resigned to spare his employer any embarrassment. He said in the lawsuit with the intention and hope to return to work once the facts cleared his name. However, the lawsuit alleges the KTAL report ultimately ended his career in broadcast journalism. The former anchor alleged that KTAL targeted him because of the two stations' rivalry in the Shreveport market. Well, no, fuck you, buddy. That's part of the game. I mean, if you got a rivalry in the market and there's some dirt on the other side's guy, you're going to use it. Now, Jovich and his co-defendants seized on the opportunity to bend the facts to their will in an attempt to take out or otherwise substantially interfere with the market leader and their direct competitor, Lund. Now, wait a minute. Was this guy caught with shit? Because if he was, it's a fair report. Lund downloaded the popular dating app Tinder on May 27th, 2024, and was sent a message of interest from a person he thought was a 19-year-old woman the same day, according to the lawsuit. Shortly thereafter, Lund was asked to text the woman on her cell phone, after which she initiated a sexually explicit exchange. 2 days after the initial message, the supposed 19-year-old invited Lund to her home, where he was ushered in by a woman. Upon entry, Lund was beaten and robbed of his belongings by a trio of men. Oh, fuck. Well, so then she was 19. Maybe that, you know what? Hold on a second. Maybe they've got something here. After escaping the house, Lund returned home and with the help of another person called the Shreveport police. Once police arrived, Lund recounted the night's events and provided his cell phone to aid in law enforcement's investigation, at which point he noticed that the woman edited her age in a text message from 19 to 16, the lawsuit says. You buying that? Can you do that? Can you edit your texts after you send them? I can't do that. Yeah, I can't. I mean, I'm an Android guy, but you can't edit your texts after you send them. Let me see. Let me do this one where I called Keanu a stupid cunt. Yeah, see, I can't. That one in the group text between myself, Gino, and Keanu, I can't edit that one. That sounds sus as fuck. Apple people, help me out. Das Optic Nerve says yes on an iPhone. That shouldn't be allowed. What? Wait a minute. How can you shouldn't be. That's a dirty fucking move. You can edit text depending on what service you use. Das Optic Nerve says, but you only have 30 minutes. They can find out through like forensics and shit, though, if they edited it, right? Her Tinder profile, however, still showed her as being 19 years old. In the days that followed, Daniel Jovich, the rival reporter, contacted a police source to inquire whether Lund had been found with a 14-year-old girl and whether he had fled from the police. Jovich was told Lund did not run, that no arrests were made, and that the investigation was ongoing. Jovich interviewed the trio of men for a newscast he led with his co-anchor wife, which was broadcast on June 3rd, 2024. According to the lawsuit, that newscast allegedly lied, misrepresented, and ignored the evidence in their possession, relying on an interview conducted with a wholesale lack of diligence. Well, if it was the three guys that beat the fuck out of him and robbed him, that's not exactly a credible source. After meeting them, Jovich engaged in leading and calculated questioning, eventually eliciting some facts that despite the source and Jovich's own training and knowledge as to their questionable truth or veracity, culminated in the false broadcast that derailed Lund's career. The next day, Jovich published a story revealing the group of local so-called predator hunters pretending to be an underage girl in an effort to catfish local men who are trying to meet up for sex. Oh my God, that's totally not what fucking happened. Okay, you know what? I was assuming that this guy got picked up by an Alex Rosen type. That's not what happened here. Three guys tricked him into coming to meet a girl, beat the living shit out of him, and robbed him. And then that is dirty. And then that other channel went and reported that he was trying to meet a 14-year-old girl, which was never part of the deal. And that those three guys that beat him up and robbed him, they're just local guys trying to bust child predators. Oh, that is a dirty fuckhead of a move. Now, is that actionable, and can two public figures be sued for that, of talking about another public figure? I don't know. Like I said, the rules are pretty wide open for public figures, but that's really fucking dirty, man. That's really dirty. When, they're saying on iPhone and other apps you can edit your messages. Eaton Clam says, I always change my Tinder messages from won't come in your mouth to will absolutely come in your mouth after they agree to go out with me. That is, I gotta say, that's a little stickier. Not that Tinder message. That's a little more of a sticky wicket than they tried to make it sound like. It sounded like this guy was caught by one of those catfishing services, knowing that he was going to meet an underage girl. I mean, I will say this. If you're a grown man and you're going to meet a 19-year-old, in my opinion, that's still pretty creepy. I don't think you should go to meet 19-year-olds. However, it's not illegal, and you can't be like, it can't be one of those sting operations for a 19-year-old. I think, well, I don't know. He might have something here. I mean, if it stopped him from getting a job, if the other news network is going to say, yeah, we didn't bring him back because of that story. He might be owed a couple $1 million. Sam Show says, I'm sure there's a record of the changed text, but again, most courtrooms are banking on you being completely clueless as to how your phone works. My Lost Interest says, Aaron to his hairstylist, give me the state trooper after a tussle with a street thug. Bravo. Bravo. By the way, you guys are at 2:35 for tomorrow already. Thank you so much. Today has been a crazy day. Maybe it's because we started including Twitter. Maybe it's the Twitter deal that's up to. So we took away one of our 2 Facebook channel broadcasts and went to added Twitter. So now we've got 5 platforms. Shuli Madoff becoming a member for 2 months says, that hair though. Shut the fuck. It's fine. There's nothing wrong with it. Dude, I looked in the mirror this morning when I was doing it and I went, oh, I fucked that up. Should I just, rub some water in there and redo it? And I'm like, nah, it's good. Nobody will notice. It'll be fine. There's only been 4 comments that I've seen, and I haven't seen nearly all the comments today. There's only 4 comments I've seen telling me what a piece of shit I am for the hair I have today. I thought it was going to work out, to be honest with you. Papa Shab writes, Aaron went to, we're playing this bit now. Aaron went to his hairstylist and said, I want the gay grapist look. Thank you. Appreciate it. Let's go to Atomic Ray. Says, nah, Twitter is dead. It is the evening show that kept this ship on course. I don't know. The morning show has held its own this week. They crushed it and went over yesterday. They crushed it and went over today, and they knocked it out on Monday. So they're doing all right. They're doing pretty well. So I don't. Gordy was just at the top of the stairs. I can't see him. It's obstructed. But he must have been chewing on one of the kids' Nerf darts. They left him laying around. Dog eats them. I got to throw them away. What can I do? Gordy found one of the kids' Nerf darts, and like when he has stuff, he'll shake back and forth, and sometimes the thing will fly out of his mouth and it'll look like he threw it. As I'm looking at one of my monitors, there's a break right in here. I just see a Nerf dart just fly down the stairs. So Gord just launched a Nerf dart, and then I think fucked off because I can't see him. He's like, well, that was good. Let's go back to bed. Sam Show says, it's true. Trial streams are boring as fuck, but you get to hear the courts nakedly abusing the shit out of the system. I mean, that's true. If there's any fuckery going on, you get to see it. That's one of the things a lot of people wanted to know what was going on in that Diddy trial, and the Diddy trial is going to be the biggest thing. Oh, it's going to be amazing. April told Keanu, like she was high on Whippets, and she told Keanu, Nick's going to take me to the Diddy trial. We're going to go to New York and see the Diddy trial together. And that was back in like October. Keanu called me. He's like, and this is when Keanu and I, made up and everything. And Keanu said, yeah, she called me. She's high as a fucking kite, Aaron. She's doing Whippets in her truck. She's saying that Nick promises he's going to take her to the Diddy trial in New York, and said that I can go visit her when she goes to the Diddy trial. Maybe I can go with her. He goes, Keanu was like, she's talking like a fucking crazy person. I'm like, well, it's probably because she's a drug-abusing crazy person, to be honest with you. Das Optic Nerve says, Aaron doesn't say anything to his barber. He just holds up a picture of Eddie Munster. McBuster says, Baldo went to Mapamania instead. Yeah, he had to lean on his cuck fridge. He had to take that as a consolation prize. We got, you know what? So many more of you are telling me what I tell my barber when I go in there. I don't tell my hairstylist anything. I just say, you see what's on the paper there? Just do that one again. What are we really going to be able to do with this? We're just trying to hang on and fan it out until it all goes kaput. I've seen my grandfather. I've seen my uncles and my father. I know what I'm heading towards. Just hoping I can, hang on to it a little bit longer. All right, 383 Novocaine sent this. This was a guy on a scooter minding his own business during the LA protests. Oh! Oh my God. That's enough to make you feel bad for a guy. Or was that like, what's the context of this? Was he going like against a police barricade and like trying to run it like Greta Thunberg? That was nasty, bro. One more time. Probably 7 more times, let's be honest. That guy played D2 football. That ain't good. No! Goldberg. By God, it's a spear. Damn. The LAP, maybe they don't need the National Guard out there because it looks like the LAPD ain't fucking around either. Holy shit. Approachable says, Aaron goes into his barber and says, give me the Mount Everest. Coltrane says, Aaron brings screenshots from Arachnophobia and says he wants it to look like the final boss spider. Big John Studd writes, spear, spear, spear. Dead Game says he wanted to do that. I was thinking that too. He was probably talking to one of his fellow officers earlier that day. He goes, first chance I get, I'm spearing a motherfucker. If I get a shot, back off. He's mine. I want to do that today. And the other cops are like, all right, we'll keep an eye out for you. Hey, Ronnie, you got one? Get over here. He comes in, wham, takes him out. Makes the job worth it. Eaton Clam says, send all those Biden IRS agents into that crowd to start taking names. Did we cut them loose yet or no? Yeah, I guess. Put them to work. Make them earn some of that money. We have one of those virtual court deals where this is so stupid. So there was a woman who was in virtual court. She just had to show up via Zoom. And she went viral this week. And it was one of those people who was not embarrassed to go viral for an embarrassing court moment. And she's leaning in and talking to the news about it. Wait till you see this.
Hearing, you have to balance the evidence, spread the facts evenly, and hope nobody gets jammed up.
Oh, fuck her. Guys, it's about a lady making a sandwich while she's in court. I didn't know this woman was going to be insufferable.
Cross-examination.
Yeah, but what if you apply those methods to making a peanut butter and jelly sandwich while you're in front of a judge? Probably not the best idea. I bet you're a Detroit woman.
Why? It's a remote court thing. I can't make myself fucking lunch while I'm sitting here at virtual court. I figured if this was important enough, you'd want me there in person.
Did it, and tonight we're getting answers about what she was thinking and what happened.
This is so funny because I hate peanut butter and jelly.
There's no wrong way to stack a sandwich, unless, of course, you're doing it in court.
So when I call...
No, we can't talk at the same time.
Judge is not having it. You ain't gonna make no sandwiches in my fucking courtroom. That's true. I guess like virtual court, the judges do want like the same decorum you would hold up for regular court. So I guess I get it.
Whatever you're trying to prepare now.
I'm going to be my daughter.
Asia Outerbridge found her...
Oh, come on. Don't go to court in front of your daughter. God damn it. This fucking sucks. Do your court away from your daughter. Your daughter doesn't need to see you at court, especially getting yelled at by the judge. You know what time your court date is. Make your daughter her peanut butter and jelly before court and then log in. God damn it. Don't let the kids see any of that. God shit. Like I have a situation where for the sentencing on the 25th, I got people writing to me like, you want me to write you something? You want me to write something up? And there are some people like, yeah, fuck yeah. And my ex-wife is writing something very nice for me. That's very kind. And there was someone brought up, they're like, oh, do you want, like, one of the kids wants to write something nice. What should we do? I said, no, do not involve them in this whatsoever. Absolutely not. I do not. This is going to be something that later in their lives I can use to teach them. I can say your dad made a lot of mistakes when you were young. I know what I'm talking about. Stay away from X, Y, Z, this, that, or the other thing, you know? And I think that's good to teach kids from your own bad breaks. But I don't want kids involved in anything court. That can stay away. None of that shit. So this woman standing there in virtual court making her daughter a sandwich while the daughter stares at the... Oh, God, that makes me mad.
Herself in a bit of a jam when she was called out for making her sick daughter a classic peanut butter and jelly sandwich.
I have a 3-year-old daughter, and I am a single parent.
No shit, really? Never could have guessed. I got to say, guys, shock of this story, this woman is a single parent. Never would have guessed it.
Day I had to call off work. I had to call her out of school because she was vomiting.
She had a 9 a.m. court appearance for a misdemeanor charge in the 36th District Court with the Honorable Judge Sean Perkins presiding.
This is one of those things where, like, you're not a victim. Like, you're not a single parent because you're a victim. You're a single parent because you made shitty choices and you continue to make shitty choices. You don't manage your life well. Like in this case, this is a microcosm of her entire life. She probably thinks bad shit happened to her. It didn't. You're the kind of person who has a court hearing at 9 a.m. and in your fucking brain, you think it's fine to start making a peanut butter and jelly sandwich at 9 a.m. while you're in court. No. This shit doesn't operate on your rules. Make the fucking sandwich at 8:30, 8:45, and then go to court at 9 o'clock. You know, this is one of those people who can't figure out how their life keeps fucking up. It's because you make small little shitty decisions that snowball into big ones.
I am properly dressed.
Is that a robe?
I've seen a couple of jokes. I don't want to get in trouble for saying it, but they like, why is the judge mad? He got on the road.
The first step in a recipe.
Oh, that's a good one. You know, the judge is in a robe, which is his professional decor. You just couldn't bother to get out of the fucking bedroom and shower in time for your goddamn
For disaster, showing up late.
I got multiple court dates. I called to get the Zoom number.
I got multiple court dates. That's great. I would have went on the news too then and talked about that. That's, again, your judgment, lady, it fucking stinks. It's not good.
And they had told me, like, oh, you're supposed to be there right now. So when he had me to hold him for 2 hours, I'm not going to lie, I kind of forgot he was even on the phone until I heard, Miss Outerbridge, Miss
So they put him on hold for 2 hours because she was so fucking late.
Outerbridge, Miss Outerbridge.
I'm sorry that your daughter is sick, but again, you're in court.
I definitely was wrong. I could have came dressed better and more prepared. And I don't want the judge to think that I'm laughing at the situation at hand because I'm...
Yeah, it's a bad idea. If this case is still going on, it's a really dumb fuck idea to go on the news right now and make light of this thing. Because that judge is going to not be nice to you in the future. And you might need to be on his good side. Judge in my case, fucking consummate professional. I mean, has been awesome from start to finish. Has been like as by the book gets. Prosecutor in my case could not be nicer. I mean, for the relationship we have to have. Like when we got on an elevator together and she knew who I was aware of who she was. Like, hi, how are you today? Oh, I'm very good. How are you? And then, I almost got off on the wrong floor. Ha, ha, ha. Boom, boom, boom. Back to business. Like, none of this at any point has ever felt personal. I've been respectful of them. They've been respectful of me. Everything seems cool. I know that I'm pretty sure that the judge in my case would not appreciate it if I went on the news and started goofing on him and laughing at him. Oh, well, you wearing a robe. Oh, really, bitch?
Not. I take that very seriously. I do genuinely, with a serious face, apologize to the judge.
Outerbridge says she holds herself accountable for her actions, and she wants to turn this situation into something positive.
Actually, I'm a personal stylist, so I know how...
Hey, could you give me the Eddie Munster? Just sorry.
...how to present myself. But that day, you know, it's hard for moms out here. I'm not going to lie. I took... Miss Outerbridge, are you wearing a robe?
It's hard for moms out there. It's even harder when you're stupid.
And I turned that into a transition of what you would wear to court. And I showed different outfits you could wear to court, how you can present yourself, and how you cannot be caught lacking in a robe eating a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. Okay? Because you don't want to do that.
What is the charge for?
That's not a good idea.
Wouldn't it be horrible if the charge was for like attempted murder? She like stabbed 4 people. And they're like, oh, look at this wacky woman in the courtroom.
Yeah.
No, that is not a good idea at all. She also wants to be clear that she was not trying to overtalk the judge. She blames the delay with the Zoom for that.
That's fair.
We did reach out to the judge for comment. We're still waiting to hear back.
What was the case about? I want to know what she did. Like, I want to know what the Zoom meeting was about. Like, in a weird way, I really hope it was something super fucked up. Angel Roll says, is this the prototype for Jasmine Crockett? Oh, shit. Somebody, there's what's her name? Not Jasmine Crockett, our other black princess, our other Nubian queen. There's an update on her. Tiffany Henyard. Somebody sent me something last night, and I forgot to go open it up. But there was a Tiffany Henyard update we had that we've only got about 10, 15 minutes left. We might have to do this on the evening show tonight. Pleads the fifth in court. Okay, here we go. We got a Tiffany Henyard story for tonight's evening show. I can't wait to find out what it is. Old Tiff not behaving herself still. So they pretty much got her. Is she done as the mayor, or is she like wrapping up as the mayor? One of the two. And after she's done as mayor, they're going to start putting the boots to her legally. And they're going to start bringing up, all the charges, they're going to start, getting ready for a trial or offering her a plea deal or whatever they're going to do. She's not out of the woods yet. Like, once she leaves office, then like the criminal shit begins. And that's going to be nasty, in my opinion. Coltrane says, play this over that cop video. Oh, shit. I'm sorry. Dusty Rhodes says, her judgment is bad. That's rich coming from you, if you will. Well, who knows better than me? Dusty. Nobody knows better than me what bad judgment is. She was being charged with sedition. I'm having a hard time believing. It would be fun. She was a January 6er that we just caught. She's being charged for that. Sandwich court charge. Oh, when you type in sandwich court charge, an advertisement for Sean Martin's legal services comes up. Asia Outerbridge was facing a misdemeanor charge for allegedly having an open alcohol container as a passenger in a car. So she was boozing it up as a passenger in a car and a single mom. Killing it. Ed Harlow says, you can't go over the time. Do you have to make 5 peanut butter and jelly sandwiches? MSO says, damn, I missed the show. How late we going today? We got about another 10 minutes. Hey, MSO, we knocked out the goal at for all intents and purposes, we were down to 30 at 7th something. Oh, shit. Let's go back and find that, the cop video. Because this would work really well, whoever, Coltrane, I think, sent that in. Let's grab 383 Novocaine's video. And let's, Coltrane wants us to play this over it. Let's do this.
You think you know me.
Oh, shit.
You think you know me.
About wrestling now, though, everybody does a spear. And everybody does a super kick. I hate that. I hate that it's all spears and super kicks now. Come on, let's get some new finishing moves, for Christ's sake. Your prosecutor wanted some of that Imholt deep dickin'. No, nobody wanted the deep dickin' from me, Dusty Rhodes. Jesus Christ. Nobody wanted the deep dickin'. This was on TMZ yesterday. I wanted to put this up on the show. This is kind of a fucked up question, if you ask me. TMZ does these "Who Would You Rather" articles where they have 2 quote unquote hot chicks, and then they ask, who'd you rather fuck? Right? And I thought this one was disgusting because there's a wrong answer and a way more fucked up answer. They did Sophie Rain and Bonnie Blue. Now, the problem with this is that Sophie Rain's 19 or 20. The problem with Bonnie Blue is she's a shot-out, shameless whore of a woman. So, give me a different choice. Give me someone who's age-appropriate. Give me someone who's not, been, hollowed out like the fucking English Channel. And don't give me someone who's, like, not even old enough to drink. Like, if you made me pick, of course I'm going to pick Sophie Rain, but I feel like a fucking creep answering that question. And the only reason I'm picking Sophie Rain is because I can't possibly pick Bonnie Blue. By the way, does this look like a 25-year-old woman to you? This is what happens when you get blown out by dicks. You get dead eyes and you age horribly. Like getting railed out by thousands of dudes, apparently terrible for your skin. And this Sophie Rain is supposed to be like a virgin chick. She's supposed to be like a God-fearing whatever, which I don't think you can be like God-fearing and super into Jesus and shit and have the tattoos. Call me old-fashioned, call me old school, but it's supposed to be the body is your temple. Christians, I don't think should be getting tattoos, in my opinion. What's the age here? Yeah, 20-year-old Sophie Rain and 26-year-old Bonnie Blue. I mean, I'm going to pick the 20-year-old, but I have a problem with it. Oh, God, and they have a vote here. Please tell me that Bonnie Blue doesn't have more than... If Bonnie Blue has more than 10% on this poll, I'm giving up on humanity, and it's fucking over. 87% Sophie Rain, 13% Bonnie Blue. Son of a bitch. We're disgusting. I just feel like the minute you stick your dick in Bonnie Blue, you hear sizzling. Just like it's either your soul burning or your cock is on fire from whatever the fuck she's been doing. Zenman Builds with $5. Thank you very much. Wait a minute. We've got someone saying that Trump is calling in the troops. Holy fuck. Not kidding. This is a lot. Chinook after Chinook flanked by Blackhawks. Really? Chad Buzamak is not happy with me. He says, let me get this right. The days we knock out last minute and draw you out, you do an extra 30 to 60. I don't do an extra 30 to 60. I do like an extra 15 to 30. But days it's knocked out early, you cut and run right at the end. I'll tell you why. On days where we knock it out early, it's nothing but content. There's not even asking for money. On days where it takes us to the very end, I'm sitting here rallying and please, let's do it. So I feel like I owe extra time away from the begging time, That way we can say it was a no-beg day because we gave back the time. Zenman says this is Aaron asking how he wants his haircut. Oh, God.
Okay, what are we doing today?
Yeah, I say... Give me some that says I get up every morning at 5:30 and commute for an hour and a half to some bullshit job. Or my jag-off boss expects me to kiss his balls all day just so I can afford to keep my ungrateful screaming kids decked out and Dora the Explorer shit my wife up to her fat ass in self-help videos until the day I get up the courage to put a shotgun in my mouth. Right here.
That's good. What's that from? Oh, that's We're the Millers? I've seen that movie. Low-key, Jason Sudeikis, good. I used to not like him. I don't know why. Good. Jason Sudeikis is good. What's the... Can we get your comment on this short Zumot clip? I'd love to. I would love to give you my thoughts on a short Zumot clip. Let's do that before we get out of here today.
Everyone has a dog. Ooh, this girl's coming. She's hot. This girl is hot. Wait, I'm going to stay alive real quick because this girl walking by is going to be really hot.
Okay. We don't, the eyes and shit are a little weird. And I know what you're going for, numero uno. You want me to say Chad's creepy, Chad's a fucking weirdo, this, that, the other thing. I mean, it's a hot girl. He's got a bunch of dudes watching. They might want to see a hot girl on his stream. Okay. It's not this girl's really hot. I mean, whispering about someone without them knowing and then filming them surreptitiously is kind of fucked up. But, like, it's not that part that's getting me. The part that's getting me is the, it's like the Frankenstein looks that he's giving me that's giving me the ick.
Yeah, guess who's on with Pat? Who? Tell me. Tell me who's on there. Favorite sex fan? Chris D'Elia, Brian Callen? No. Hi.
She's not that hot. I mean, she's fine. She's great. I'm sure, nice dumper on her, but like, I wouldn't stay on a live stream for it.
She's hot. She was very attractive.
Yeah, I mean, I know what you're going for. I know what you want me to say, but it's Chad, It's Chad. Oh, he did address the thing that someone wrote to us, or the Ray DeVito thing where he said Chad struck his own channel. Let's see. He says, for people thinking I faked getting suspended from Google AdSense, just know you're dumbest people alive and you seriously just want drama instead of actual facts. I had almost 1,100 memberships before it was suspended. Holy fuck. Nice work, dude. When I got monetization back, I had exactly 296 memberships left because people canceled while being suspended. I have way more memberships than you now. Honestly, between Rumble and YouTube, we have about 600. So Chad was beating us in memberships. You're telling me I costed myself almost $4K in memberships alone for attention and donations? I mean, if that's true, he's right. If that's true, he's accurate. That would be a really stupid fucking thing to do. All right, are people disappointed in my take? Numero uno says, exactly, she's not even that hot. Yeah, it's creepy, but like, to me, it wasn't, oh my God, there's a hot chick, I'm going to show her on the stream in a second. That's off. Like, that's a little fucky. It was it was that, and then smiling at her going, hi, with that big plastered on smile. I don't know. No, numero uno says, Aaron, that's exactly the part that should be getting you. Okay, good. Then I did it. I passed the test. Numero uno says, do you realize how much Chad brags about getting pussy? No, I don't typically watch Chad. Chad Buzamok says, Chad's solid line and move. Hey, look back at the screen. When I'm walking by another person, I always make eye contact and say hello. It just feels like I'm like doing my part to make sure the world stays a little bit more connected. I actually feel like I'm accomplishing something, like a fucking asshole. Let's go. Dusty Rhodes says, your boy, the Z-Man, didn't do too bad, did he? Dick. You got to get the quote right, Dusty Rhodes. All right, we are done for today. We are out of time. Thank you so much for your generosity today. Holy shit. What a day, man. This was an easy one. Don't go to Johnny's show today and say, Aaron knocked out the goal fucking easy right away because it was just him by himself. That's not why. It's because we added Twitter, and according to Restream, it's added hundreds of people at a time to our live viewing. That's all it is. Talk to you in a little bit, guys. We'll be back at 6 o'clock tonight. Maybe we'll have Kiki or Gabe Hoffman on to promote their thing tomorrow. Thank you very much. Talk to you soon. 6 o'clock Central Time for the last evening show of the week.